Neither have I. She because I showed her this kind of like modern pompadour thing that I wanted, and she nailed it. Ripley, hello. And then like at the end she was like, I'm gonna hard carve that into your do a hard part on you. And I was like, a hard part, and I was like, oh, okay, all right, cool.
All right.
Right on.
Whatever you want to do, man.
Right on. Yeah.
Get in there with my
She told me on more than one occasion. She was like, just trust the process. I was like, I believe you. Because I told her right up front, I was like, I don't do this kind of thing very frequently. So
right.
I want to do this, but I'm a little freaked out. She's like, nope, I got you. It's like, good. That's
scared.
Truly what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. So, yeah, I got ourselves an S.D. Perry book.
I know, which means this is the beginning of our 4th year.
Oh, wow. Is it?
Yeah. Because we've been doing these the beginning of June since the beginning. So we've officially closed out our 3rd year, and we're starting our 4th.
Closed out our 3rd year. Jesus Christ.
Isn't that crazy?
That is nuts.
That's fucking cool. I love it. I've had relationships that were shorter than this one. So
I know.
It's good.
Your relationship with Emily is literally just as long as this, right? Or, the year before. Right?
I proposed to her. What was it? Because we went on a camping trip after I proposed, and that's when I started reading. That's when I started reading the first Resident Evil book. So
that's right.
So
you guys started dating in 2020 during the lockdown.
Exactly, and like I proposed the day before
your
lockdown
pals.
So
you had known each other for like a day, and you locked each other.
We locked it down. In many ways, it still happens that she'll be like holding Graham. I'll be like, oh my God, I made a mom out of you. And she's like, yeah, I made a dad out of you. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Back in the times that people forget.
Yeah.
2020 with the whole
4 years ago.
4 years ago. 4 years ago.
4 years ago. Ridiculous.
Oh,
absolutely ridiculous.
Keeler got
I know, I saw
engaged.
that.
He told me he was going to get engaged soon. Like I knew it was coming. I just didn't know it was like last night coming. And then
that's great.
Did you watch the video?
Yeah. What a way to do it. Which I mean, what is there any surprise there?
Is there
any
whatsoever? Surprise?
None
He's
whatsoever.
Like, I want to talk about, commitment and seeing things through. Mm-hmm. And and then he goes, Patty, will you marry me? And she's like, is this what? Is this real?
Is this for real? Yeah. I'm happy for him. That's great.
Me too. Yeah.
On a side note, I might have to change one of my books for this year.
Oh,
I interviewed Dixie Cochran, who's like the head editor for Onyx Path on my show last weekend.
Yeah.
And she loves our show. Like she was talking about what a great idea it is and everything like that. I don't know if she's actually seen it, but like we talked for like 20 minutes about it.
Sure.
And she asked me if I'd ever played Primal Rage. And I said, you mean the one with like the monkey that passes gas on people? And you know what I'm talking about, Kev? It's a fighting game.
Yeah, I know. I think I know Primal Rage.
Yeah, it's and she went, well, I mean, I'm sure you've got plans to read that. And I went, I was not aware that there was a novelization of that. And she's like, yeah, there is. And she gave me the name and the author and everything like that. And it's like $200 if you want a physical copy, but I found a PDF of it. I was thinking maybe we could do that and bring her on or something like that, because that would be fun as shit.
Primal Rage. This is taking me back.
Yeah. It's called Primal Rage: The Avatars.
Oh, wow.
And I found a RAR file of it. I just need to figure out how to fucking open a RAR file.
There are the virtuous beasts and the destructive beasts.
It's so weird.
So
to have a novelization of this is crazy.
You know what I was
So-
when you first mentioned it, I was confusing it with Bloody Roar,
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. I can see that.
which is like the werewolf fighting game.
Yeah, I
They're all-
barely remember that.
They're all like werewolf people.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Primal Rage, know that. That was back in the day of like everybody is doing the clay fighter type stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Where
exactly.
they're doing they're like modeling. It's kind of the thing that they did for Donkey Kong Country, where Rare did 3D models, built physical 3D models, and then did 2D photos that were then like turned into pixels using their, at the time, space age computers.
Oh, what a big deal it was. My God.
Yeah. It was like, it wasn't 3D. They're not 3D graphics. They're just pixels of 3D graphics.
Exactly.
Like
It's
rastered 3D graphics, but it
It's-
still
it's-
looked right.
it's tricky. Yeah, exactly. It's like a copy of a copy in a weird way. It's all very tricky. Yeah, that was such a popular thing at the time. And I remember that was on the cover of like a Game Pro or something, of one of them like uppercut, and they were basically talking about it like it's a Mortal Kombat killer.
Right.
Because it was like really gore soaked and obscene and all that stuff. And I remember playing it in the in the arcades and being like, okay, this is stupid.
Yeah.
It's like,
I mean,
all right, fine.
that's the thing. The wild thing is it looks terrible, but I'm sure.
oh,
it has
absolutely.
I'm sure it has its fan base. Platforms. SNES,
I did-
32X.
Yeah, that's right. 32X. Jesus Christ. I did not know that Max Brooks wrote this Minecraft the Island book.
World War Z and son of
And Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks, Max
Yeah.
Brooks.
Yeah. Writer of the Zombie Apocalypse Survival Guide, and then which was just a perfectly passable, silly book.
Yeah.
Actually, I remember reading it and being kind of like, "Oh, this is there," because he like took it seriously. There were some actual like practical things. He took
In
it
World War
seriously
Z?
at times. No, the Zombie Survival Guide.
Oh, the
which is
Zombie
just,
Survival Guide.
like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just it's meant to be like a funny
It's
parody.
like funny, ha ha ha. But yeah.
But it actually, it actually offers decent advice.
Well, it's
Decent,
funny
who knows?
because between those and so the World War Z movie that we got is like nothing like the book.
Mhm.
Did you read the book?
I adore the book. I cried reading the book.
Yeah.
It's honestly one of the best damn horror pieces of media out there.
And the movie is just like generic zombie movie
Yeah.
number 5,000.
I heard it was okay. I had someone say like it's an okay movie, but it's not World War Z.
It
And-
has some really weird things with like zombies acting like I don't think this is in the book where zombies basically acted like waves, like
Yeah,
where they would
yeah.
like keep piling
Climb each
themselves
other.
up, climb each other, and they were like super fast and stuff like that. And I remember one of the long lasting things I remember from the book from World War Z was when they talk about how the militaries ultimately discovered the best way to fight zombies was to move units in a they would set up in a square, right?
Mhm.
And there will be two rows. So like row number 1 is firing. They're out, they duck. Row number 2 firing. And while
So it's
row
an
number
English line.
yeah, but like in
Yeah.
a perfect cube,
Right.
so that they were always covered from all angles.
Right.
And it was like, oh, that's interesting.
That is
that-
interesting.
It's like the military, yeah, figures it out pretty quickly how to fight zombies,
Right. Which honestly, yeah, probably how it would work.
It's like
We're not
they're
great
unarmed.
at a lot of things,
Like,
but yeah.
it's not.
I just can't believe they passed up the opportunity to do a mockumentary kind of thing, like a fake documentary, like in the same style as the oral history that they did with World War Z.
Yeah.
And I think nowadays we're obsessed with documentaries. They're a big business. I can't believe it isn't in the works, because I feel like that could win awards. That could make money. Like that, it could do everything you want a movie like that to do. I'm genuinely perplexed.
So, what you're saying is that our next book, which is Minecraft the Island, has a chance of being the best book that we read on the show.
It needs to be, is what I'm saying.
Well, we both enjoy some Max Brooks, and you know what else is Max Brooks?
What's that?
What's even the point of having the ink if you're not going to let it breathe? I mean, it's grapes, and grapes are wine, you got to let wine breathe, right?
Exactly.
That's a thing.
See, you nailed it.
I'm learning.
You're a teetotaler, and you still fucking nailed it. I'm proud of you. That was good.
I'm learning my wine stuff, where you decant it, right, and you breathe it. And
that's right.
You bouquet it.
You bouquet it. Yep. You fill it with bouquets.
You fill it with fine roses and daisies.
That's right. That's right. That's how you know it's good.
I was explaining to someone that basically, I was explaining to Camilla, actually, like all alcohol is basically kind of like, it's we took a fruit or vegetable and we let it sit for a really long time.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like bad, and we drank it anyway.
It's like, so like vodka is basically potato wine.
Yep. Yep. I mean, in the simplest
Sake
terms,
is rice wine. I mean,
you're not wrong. That's pretty much. There are still breeds of monkeys that wait for fruit to get rotten off of the tree, and then they eat it so they can get drunk.
That's amazing.
We're not even the only animal that gets intoxicated, which cracks me the shit up. There are dolphins that fuck with puffer fish and chew on them. They don't kill them, but they'll chew on them so they secrete a certain amount of the poison. And
just a little bit of that puffer fish poison, just to get them through the day,
so they can trip balls and bounce around. They're fucking crazy.
Dolphins,
dolphins, man.
Yeah, they are. Nobody's role model is a dolphin.
None whatsoever. The more you learn, the less you wanted to.
Yeah. I'm working on printing the Castlevania Dracula's Castle. It's not nice. It's got I need to figure out the settings. You see it right here.
Yeah. Oh, that's so cool.
I need to figure out some of the settings, because it's like, see this kind of like stringy stuff? This is not intentional. That's some like 3D printer shit.
It's part of the process.
It's part of the process.
What you ought to do is get an X-Acto knife, and this is what you do with the minis and stuff. They'll have, it's called flash, and it's like that. It's just like a little bit of and you just kind of like run it over the edge, and it'll come right off.
And there's like, and that's basically it, is like I'm printing minis. Like this is a mini of Dracula's Castle from Castlevania.
Sick. That's gonna be fun to paint.
Yeah. Once I get one, I'm happy with. I'm also. Let me see if I can find it. I'll share this. I bought this model because it's really cool. I'm logged out. Log in. The Haunted Manor. Okay. So I bought the model for this bad boy.
Oh, that'll be fun.
And it's like, it is so many, it's a lot of files.
Oh yeah. You gotta like put that sucker together.
If you look at the list here, there's just like a lot of individual things to print out, like all the trees.
Oh yeah.
There's so this base down here is 4 parts. that I got to
love
make. And then so like there's a file where it's all the columns. You print all the columns at once, and you print the side pieces and all that stuff. And it's like designed so that there's spots where you mount LED lights on the inside to do all this fun stuff. So, yeah,
I love it.
That's what I'm going to be playing with this week.
I love that shit. That's going to be, I mean, that's the thing. Eventually I'm going to have to get one of those because
I mean, the one I got, the one that April got me for my birthday it's the Anycubic Neo 2. Okay. And I think it's on sale on Amazon. Or Cobra 2 Neo.
Anycubic Cobra 2 Neo. Oh, that's not bad.
It's not a bad price at all. And it's like the filament only costs like $15 a roll.
Wow. And when you're planning on painting all this shit anyway, it's like...
Yeah, if you're going to paint this stuff... So I haven't messed with this one yet, but this is a box of clear filament.
Oh, okay.
So like you can do things. You can make like little clear, things if you want to. It's really cool. It's fun.
That's
stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah, I need to like expand my desk in my office so that right now the printer is like on the floor.
Right.
Because that's the thing is like it has to be in a stable, and this is what $15 gets you.
Jesus Christ.
The roll. And it's like it's a lot. Like you can print a lot with a roll of filament. That's why it's like when people talk about like, like, oh, how much does it cost you to print out a miniature? And it's like, I don't know, half a penny.
Right. Not even enough that's worth mentioning.
So, but it's all about like knowing understanding the settings and the cut files and all that stuff, and getting used to all that. Like the reason I have mine on the floor right now is because that's the most stable spot. I need to extend my desk and make a really stable part on my desk because when I first started, I put it on the kitchen table. Well, the kitchen table like wobbles just a little bit while it's moving, and that throws the whole print off.
Right. Yeah.
So
that's, yeah. I mean, so much of it is probably just getting used to what will work and won't work.
What will work, what won't work. You don't, it's like you can't print in a room that's too humid.
Right.
Because so any slight condensation on the filament when it goes into the extruder will get vaporized, and then that little bit of steam inside will mess with the output of the filament, and you could have like just a moment where it's just goes bleh, and it'll be like a flaw in it. It can be like a perfect print, and then there'll just be this little flaw in it, Yeah.
So just the temperature's got to be just right.
This is my winemaking. This is my.
I mean, that is what it sounds like. This is
me. This is how I make my gin. I
love it.
I carefully set up a 3D printer file, and I set it to run overnight, and I come back in the morning to see that it totally fucked up.
Everything's. I'd have to start all over.
I got it all over. The filament's all jammed up in the thing. I got to clean the thing out. Like, all right,
damn it.
Starting over.
Doing it again. Fuck it. We're doing it live.
We are doing it live. But this stupid thing. Wait, where are you running? Where are you going? There we go. I had to chase down my camera. It was like unhooked from the monitor, and I breathed wrong, and it was like, I'm falling backwards.
It's all over. Goodbye.
It's all over. Goodbye. Yeah. You know what else is a cruel world?
What's that? I found an audiobook version of it on YouTube, and found the section that I'd stopped at and start playing that. And I was really listening. I was paying attention to stuff, but then after he fell asleep, I always get more out of it if I'm reading it actively.
Right.
And so I picked up where I left off, and I realized how much had passed in the and it was just like, oh, Jesus Christ, there's like 10 pages left.
We're almost done.
Yeah, it really rushes through there at the end. I can't help but feel like I may have missed something, but at the same time with this one, I don't know how much that matters.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Weird stuff.
Yeah.
So I was just watching before you came on. I was watching a video on this guy's channel, Nurbit. He does a lot of Fallout stuff. And,
cool.
He made a video a few weeks ago. Can you beat Fallout 4 as Lucy McLean? Who's the main character from the TV show.
Yeah.
So he's like installed a bunch of mods to like make like there's like a pre-made face mod and
they released an official build for all three of the main characters.
They
too.
did, and what's funny is the guy on the channel was like at first when I was putting the special stats in, it seemed I was like, well, Lucy should have higher charisma, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the official Bethesda build for Lucy is her charisma is 5. And everybody's like, that doesn't make sense. She seems like a character who, and then he goes, then he realized, he was like, no. Then I realized 5 was accurate because as I thought through the show, she was a character who was always trying speech checks and failing.
You know what? Okay. Yes, actually. That's a good point. She rarely does do well with those, does she? That's funny. Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. That's a good point. I mean, the fact that she's a giant bug-eyed girl where I was watching that show and there would be like one scene and I'm like, God, she really is beautiful. And the next scene I'd be like, I find her very off-putting. It really just changed from moment to moment. It's like that
moment to moment. But then she looked more like a bug and you're like, I feel weird.
Yeah. What's going on? What's happening?
Yeah. Apparently what the other show she was from was big show was Yellow Jackets, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Which I kept meaning to watch but I never did.
Yeah. It's always on the list and never on the TV.
Yeah. That's kind of its fate, isn't it?
I mean, I might watch Fallout again before I watch Yellow Jackets. That's I'm being totally honest.
It's so good. It's so good. Oh man.
I mean, I was like after watching it, and it was like, yeah, no, I shouldn't be surprised, because Jonathan Nolan and Lisa Joy, they're pretty good at what they do. Like, here's the thing. Even the later seasons of Westworld, which were pretty incomprehensible plot-wise, were still extremely interesting, if that makes sense. Like, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. This is real. Like, I'm lost, but it's weird and interesting in a certain way that I can appreciate. There's this like in the opening of the last season, there's like this fucking moment where what's his name? Ed Harris's character just like walks up to a guy and says something and it gives the guy like a mind poison. And it's like this guy that he's been negotiating with. And then the guy goes back into their headquarters, which is in like a dam, like a hydroelectric plant. And he goes back and he kills everybody in there, like all the bosses or what. It was just this weird ass scene. And it's like Ed Harris's Man in Black characters just like doesn't even say a whole lot. It's like, it gets really weird. But I'm like, you know what? So I'm not surprised that Jonathan Nolan was able to pull it off.
Yeah. I never watched Westworld. That was one that I was And that's the thing. They're all. It's again one of those shows that's on the list, and I keep never coming back to it.
At
In
least
fact,
watch. Yeah.
Well, you are partially responsible for this. I'm going to lay the blame at your feet because you sent me that fucking video about Breaking Bad and the scene for scene remake thing, and I was like, oh, that was a great video, by the way. That was a really cool video. I loved it. I thought it was great. But now I want to watch Breaking Bad again.
Yeah,
Kevin, I don't have time for that. You did this.
Just, chill out with Graham. He's not really taking things in yet. Just
we've been watching. We got like this special edition Blu-ray collection of the first 4 Alien movies, and we've been watching those. Watching like these special edition versions of like 3 and like a 3-hour version of Alien 3 and this like inexplicable like 2-hour version of Alien Resurrection. And it's been so good. But we've been watching it with Graham, and I'm like, we need to do this now because it won't be too long before we really will have to be careful about what we're watching around him and when
he becomes too aware of what's on the screen.
Exactly. He doesn't give a shit right now, but
God,
don't get me wrong. He's going to grow up with a quiet sadness inside. But other than that was always going to happen.
That Breaking Bad video was just fascinating.
I had no idea, first off, that was being made.
Right.
And I stand by what he said, where he was like, look, this is a miracle. The fact that they were able to do this on a shoestring budget.
Shoestring budget.
60 days?
They recreated 68 episodes in 6 months.
That's insane.
They remade every episode.
That's absolutely bananas, and it's really impressive. But at the same time, when that is very much, his points were very valid in the sense where it's like you can do this super impressive thing and still miss a lot of the marks. In fact, there's a reason that that a show like that took so long to create and come about and that sort of thing.
I mean, Breaking Bad had if I recall, it took like, how many seasons is Breaking Bad? 6, I want to say.
6. I want to say 6.
I want to say it took 8 years to get 6 seasons out or something like that.
They did. I think the last 2 seasons they did that thing where they were splitting them up.
Yeah.
And that stretched it out over an extra couple of years. I think that's how it went down. Yeah. Yeah.
And the first season was shortened by the writer's strike. And that's actually what saved Jesse Pinkman's life.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yeah. Because they didn't go into production on the episode. He had time. Vince Gilligan kind of had time to think about it and decided to keep Jesse Pinkman alive. Otherwise,
good
Jesse
move,
was supposed to die at the end of season 1.
Oh wow, good move. Good move.
Yeah.
That's another interesting thing where the first season of Breaking Bad is so unlike the rest of the show, where the first season is like a dark comedy.
It's really, and you know what it is, and I appreciate that because it's meeting people where they were at with Bryan Cranston.
Yeah. They're easing you in. That's true. That's a good point.
It's like, it's the dad from Malcolm in the Middle,
Right. By the time we get to I Am the One Who Knocks, we're good and warmed up by then.
We've been warmed up now for the end game.
That's totally fair.
By that point.
Yeah.
But you couldn't just go straight to full on Heisenberg. You needed to start with Walter White as he's a dad. He's the dad from Malcolm in the Middle to
in his tidy whities out in the middle of the desert.
Tidy whitey, yeah.
I want to at least watch the first season of that. Yeah,
that show's good.
It's so good, so good.
I know a lot of people didn't like El Camino that much, but I liked it. I thought
I never watched. I didn't watch that. I didn't watch Better Call Saul.
And what's funny is like some people, there will be people who are like, yeah, Better Call Saul was even better.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's interesting. That's very interesting.
And what's his name? People were gutted that Bob Odenkirk never got any recognition for Better Call Saul.
That is surprising. I mean, you'd think they'd throw something his way. Like,
right.
He worked. I mean, that character. He fucking polished that character into a fucking diamond.
He worked
by the end of
himself
Breaking
into a-
Bad.
Yeah, by the end of Breaking Bad, then he started over basically with Better Call Saul because he's playing the character from before he's Saul.
Right. It's
he's Jimmy,
I
Slippin'
didn't
Jimmy.
know that. I did not know that they hadn't been nominated or anything. That's another
Yeah.
surprise. That's weird.
And Bob Odenkirk, and then in the final season of taping, he is working himself so hard for that character, he gave himself a heart attack.
I didn't know that either. Jesus,
Yeah,
that is crazy.
he had a heart attack on set.
Yeah, he could. Leave it to fucking comedians to take things too far. That's pretty
Yeah.
standard, I find.
Bob Odenkirk, John Ritter, died on set. Well, he wasn't on set when he died, but he had his heart attack while he was on set doing his.
Oh well, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just. I mean, some guys just don't know when to quit.
They don't.
They just don't. They just don't.
Bob Odenkirk is now doing a sequel to his action movie.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
That's
You ever
crazy.
see it?
No.
Nobody.
No.
It's
I haven't
actually funny. It's
Huh.
it's like it's like it's got that John Wick action stuff in it.
Yeah.
Because it's from the stunt coordinator of John Wick. It's
Sure.
like there's John Wick, and then there's the John Wick action movie tree that is kind of generated. Nobody falls under that tree.
Okay.
And what's great is Bob Odenkirk's dad in the movie is played. I want to be sure. I believe his dad is played by Christopher Lloyd.
And
And there's an entire
amazing.
section at the end where it's his dad, his dad, and his brother just fighting off like all these dudes in Christopher Lloyd and his brother is the RZA.
Oh wow. Okay.
And they're just in a warehouse fighting off all these guys.
That's so crazy. Yeah, no, I've seen I think the extent of this is seeing the movie poster online at different places.
Sure.
That's the extent of it. It's so funny. The trajectory his career / life has taken. I love that kind of shit. You watch these, like you think about, Hugh and Laurie, for example, and just the two very different trajectories their individual careers took. And it's the same thing for Mr. Show and a lot of these comedy troupes, the direction they all go, Key and Peele,
It's because Mr. Show, I mean, that was Bob Odenkirk and David Cross, right?
right.
David
That
Cross.
that was a groundbreaking comedy.
It was a groundbreaking comedy, and David Cross stayed really strictly in comedy.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
Bob Odenkirk split off into drama. And you're saying Key and Peele, Keegan Michael Key is, I mean, Keegan Michael Key has mostly just had a career of being the guy who does guest spots on sitcoms.
I get the
for
impression
4 or
that
5
he-
episodes.
I agree, and he does, but he also has these little projects like Schmigadoon and stuff like that.
Oh, right.
where-
Schmigadoon. I forgot.
Yeah, and he's a song and dance guy, which cracks me up. But the thing about that is I was talking about that with my wife not long ago. We were watching Nope for the 400th time, and I was kind of like, the thing is, I get the distinct impression that because Key has gone on to be this, legendary horror guru, basically. And you can't help but get the impression from Peele that he's just like, I'm just happy to be here. This is fine. I don't, a lesser person could take that
reverse
really hard.
It's Peele doing that.
Oh, mixing them up. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you get the impression that he's totally fine with it. Like,
Keegan Michael Key is fine. He's working. He's in a bunch of things every year.
Oh yeah.
He's not reaching doing the same things that Jordan Peele is doing, and
Right.
that's fine. But
Yeah,
Jordan
maybe
Peele
if they were
is
both
doing
aiming
some
for the same shit.
Yeah, Jordan Peele is doing some wild, amazing stuff.
Amazing.
Somebody was saying in the essayist Discord that it's wild that Nope does not get as much. So they were saying, "Oh, Get Out was clearly Peele's best film," and I said, "I don't know. Nope is a lot more interesting to me than Get Out."
Nope is, I believe, his masterpiece.
Yeah.
I think it is it's one of my favorite horror films that's come out in the last 10 years. I don't get me wrong, Get Out's outstanding. It's a great film, and it was exactly the kind of movie he could kick down the door with and everything. But Nope is a better film than, and that doesn't say anything bad against.
I mean, Get Out's amazing,
work.
but Nope
Yeah.
is astonishing. And
Nope
you know
is-
what?
Yeah.
I think a lot of people. So I like all of his movies so far.
Mm-hmm.
I think Us has this like 1970s horror. It's fucking weird because it's weird.
I need to watch that one again because that one didn't
I-
impress me all that much. I need to watch that one again.
It is just kind of weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Nope is definitely, there's just so much in Nope that is amazing. Like the monster design.
The design,
He actually took inspiration from Neon Genesis Evangelion.
I believe that. I 100% believe that. The way he films the sky and the night, the sky is a character. Like it's Jaws. The whole movie's Jaws.
Did I mention to you how they did the nighttime stuff?
Didn't they they filmed it during the day, but it
was filmed day for night. Yeah, it
Yeah.
was filmed with two cameras simultaneously. There's like a regular camera and an infrared camera.
All right.
And then they would overlay the two, and that made it seem black and white.
That's cool.
Not black and white. Made it seem like nighttime.
Right.
With the merging of the two film stocks over
brilliant.
top of each other.
It's absolutely brilliant. And it's Jaws. That's the thing. I remember watching
It's
it with
very
my wife.
Jaws.
I was like, this is Jaws. Because the first half of it is like the first 2/3 of it is creeping dread. And it's magnificently done. Everything, the chimp scares the fuck out of me. The old TV history stuff is amazing. And then the last third of it is this rollicking kind of fun adventure moment, and it's just, it's just the
and
shark in the sky.
Keke Palmer doing the Akira slide.
Yes. She was awesome. Everybody's awesome in that movie, but she in particular is really good.
She's great in it.
I fucking love that movie. I love that movie. I hadn't bought a Blu-ray in forever when we got that one. It's like, I want to own this. We have to own this.
No, I get it. You know what else is Nope?
What's that?
I was telling April and Camilla my favorite joke from one of my favorite jokes from Blazing Saddles is it's just this really understated Gene Wilder joke where what's his name? Clemens is like, oh, you're the fastest hand in the West, and Gene Wilder goes, yep, look at that. What's the problem with that? Said he has a rock, and be like, this is the hand I shoot with.
This is what I shoot with. Such a good joke. There's so many good moments, and obviously it's a genius work of art for so many reasons, but honestly, nothing makes me laugh harder than the guy being dragged by the horse just going, well, this suit's ruined. It's just
I gotta watch that again.
So dumb. I love it so much.
I gotta watch that movie again. I know Mel Brooks is doing there's a new Spaceballs coming around.
Oh, of course there is.
The Search for More Money, and people.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like people are upset, be like, how can you do this? And you're like, well, the sequel was always baked in.
Yeah,
as Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money.
It was right off the bat. He told us. He told us 30 years ago. Come on.
40 years ago.
Yeah, God, yeah, you're right. You're right. Jesus.
God, I gotta watch that again.
I haven't finished I started the History of the World Part 2. And I
Which
just
is
wasn't
more in line with it's more in line with Drunk History than it is with
yeah,
History of
and he's just like, I don't think he wrote most of it. It's like, and it's
Sure.
in his style, but it just didn't keep me in the same way, and that's fine. It's like we can just let things go.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, there's some bits that were hilarious, but yeah, it was real hit or miss, and we never finished it.
Yeah. Got about halfway through and I realized how long it was. I was like, oh, we'll come back to this tomorrow, and we didn't.
Oh, it's a full television miniseries. Okay.
Right. Yeah. It's like, I see.
And they never returned.
And yeah, and they were never heard from again. That's pretty much how it went. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
not it for
So
me.
it's Josh Gad is going to be the guy in Spaceballs 2, apparently.
Which one's Josh Gad? I don't know who anyone is anymore. Oh, that guy. Yeah. He's all over the place lately. Good for him.
He does a lot of stuff. I mean, he's been in a million things.
Didn't he? Isn't him that they had him on the Tonys? Is he the other guy who did what is it called? The musical they did that's so weird. I'm making a lot of sense here. Gutenberg, the musical. That's it.
Gutenberg, like
He made a musical called Gutenberg the Musical.
about the guy with the printing press,
I think so. Yeah.
or Steve Gutenberg.
You know what? I always assumed it was the guy with the printing press.
I mean, I'd watch either, but
First one. In their musical, Gutenberg is a wine presser in the medieval German town of Schlimmer. Let's see. No one except Gutenberg can read. Turns his wine press into a printing press, accomplishing this in one night. His beautiful but dim assistant, Helvetica, is in love with him. It's good.
So Gutenberg the musical was written and composed by Scott Brown and Anthony King from the UCB.
Yes, that's
in
right.
2006. And-
Okay. It is a revival then. Okay, because it got nominated for revival.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So first performance, it had a London production in 2006 and a 2006 off-Broadway production. The revival is the first time it's actually been on Broadway.
Okay. That's what it is then.
It was
I was so
off-Broadway
confused when I got nominated for a revival. I thought it was brand new. I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean it's not that old. It's
No, but
2006 isn't that long ago. It isn't 18
Right?
years ago. It isn't nearly 20 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. When I say last decade, I don't think of the 90s at all. That's crazy. That would be crazy. That would suggest that I'm a person who can't move on with his life.
The 80s aren't 20 years ago.
Nope. I remember that constantly at night when I'm staring into a broken mirror.
How did it break? Who knows?
Who knows? I don't know. I certainly don't know.
I don't know. I didn't break the mirror. But you know what else is a broken mirror?
What's that?
Pickens is just the redneckiest name for a town.
It really tells you everything you need to know just based on those two syllables. That's Pickens.
Yeah,
Slim Pickens.
I got a place down Pickens.
Yeah, exactly. And and I have the fondest, memories of that place. Just
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't doubt that there are fond memories. It's just,
it's wild. It's such an odd place.
Where was it that Crisco used to live? God.
Oh,
or where he
God.
grew up? Hickory.
Hickory. Yeah, he's from West Virginia. Yeah,
No, he's from the foothills of North Carolina.
that's it. Okay,
He's yeah. Hickory.
he's from West North Carolina.
West North Carolina, back where those hills go up and
Oh yes,
the hills go up and there's them Panthers, there's them Carolina Panthers
up in Appalachia.
up way down and up in Appalachia.
Up in Appalachia.
Down in Appalachia, up in Appalachia. You're got them Appalachias.
If you say Appalachia, I'll throw an apple at you. That's how my brother-in-law.
Remember it.
That's my brother-in-law. How he explained it to me.
It's not Appalachia.
No,
Throw an apple at you.
If you say Appalachia, I'll throw an apple at you. I love that.
I love it. That's great. God, I was like petering out on taking notes in this section.
How many notes could you possibly take for this book?
I don't know what to write.
He's just walking us through his first 10 hours of Minecraft.
Yeah. And then he does this. And then he does that.
And I admit there are a couple of moments where he, his interaction with the cow, for example, the first few times I'm like, okay, that is funny. But it just keeps going. And that's it. That's what we've got. And I keep coming back to the blurb on the front on the cover that says a rollicking adventure yarn, Robinson Crusoe for the digital age, NPR. And I feel like I'm losing my mind.
Robinson Crusoe for the digital age.
Yeah.
Where?
It's that. I don't know. Things happened in Robinson Crusoe. I don't know.
It's like, I don't know, maybe we're too already locked into knowing how Minecraft goes.
Maybe. Yeah.
But also, I don't know.
I don't know either.
There's
so strange.
Occasionally, yeah, it's very strange. I'm gonna plug my Ethernet in. Oh. I've been uploading the pre-show.
Yeah, I saw that. That's a fun incentive.
Yeah. So now people can see what we do when we're fucking about.
I like that. That's a fun idea.
Yeah. Damn it. Get back here.
Let's see.
All right. I plugged my Ethernet in. That do anything? Is that better?
Yeah, better.
That better? Ethernet and the Appalachia.
Appalachian Ethernet.
Got them Appalachian Wi-Fi's.
That does sound like something you'd call a mosquito or something like that.
It's an Appalachian Wi-Fi.
Got a nasty case of the Appalachian Wi-Fi's up here.
Got a nasty case. You got over there in Appalachia. We got a can on a string, and I just go and I yell into the holler, and everybody in the holler knows what's up.
Well, they know what's happening. They know
what's happening. I got a pie.
That's all. Of course, it would be a pie. Actually, I laugh, but that's absolutely what I've got a pie, and everyone in the holler knows. Thank God for that, because I can't eat this pie by myself.
I can't eat this pie by myself. I used 3 times the ingredients as Betty Crocker.
Lordy.
Betty Crocker said, "This is how many ingredients I used 3 times. 3 times that ingredient."
Yep. Because I got this pan. It's not a pan so much as it's a trash can lid. And that's what I got a
trash can lid, and I needed to fill that up. So said, "Hey, Miss Crocker, I respect your games, but I'm gonna use 3 times the amount."
Hey, Miss Crocker.
I got to be respectful of Miss Crocker.
Yeah. She's somebody's mama.
She's somebody's mama. Or somebody's daughter.
Somebody's daughter. That's good enough for me.
It's good enough for me. Good enough for Appalachia. How accurate is this accent? I don't know, but I'm doing it.
You're not far off. It is a little more. It is a little more low country, but still,
sure.
I mean, like people outside of the South even fucking know the difference. Like
They don't know that. Yeah,
I knew I'd reached a certain level of Southern when I started to get annoyed when people in popular culture, I started noticing people in popular culture using hillbilly as just a generic term for someone who's a redneck. And I'm like, no, that's a very specific kind of redneck. They're in the hills. It's a very
They're a hillbilly.
Hillbillies. Don't
The
call
redneck is out on the farm.
Yeah. Don't call someone from Savannah a hillbilly. It literally makes no sense to me.
The guys in Deliverance were not rednecks. Those were hillbillies.
Whew, those were hillbillies. Lord.
They do not represent Appalachia.
No.
They do not represent my Appalachia.
Thank God
I
for
am
that.
not, just so people are aware, I'm not from Appalachia. I'm from a state that I believe part of the Appalachian Mountains run. I believe they partially run through Pennsylvania, right?
Yeah, they do. In fact,
Not the
yeah.
Appalachia that people are familiar with, but I think the mountains
Right.
still run through Pennsylvania.
yeah, they're not as prominent there. You're really more looking at the Alleghenies and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's the section of Pennsylvania that I lived in. So
Yeah, over there.
Hill
We'd
country.
have to get Hess back on to really
Oh, absolutely.
dive into the Appalachia of it all, because he's the West Virginian.
Yeah, he I was on his show and he was talking about they've got there are maps, they're old maps. People have been fighting for this for years. They take Western Pennsylvania and West Virginia and he shows me on a map like where it is, and he goes, and just turn it to its own state called Appalachia.
Yeah.
I was like, or not Appalachia. It was some name. But it was like, I was like, yeah, because Pittsburgh, that area has way more in common with West Virginia than it does with like Philly, for example.
Yeah. It's much more of a Morgantown vibe than, you would never find a Mothman statue in Philadelphia, but you could probably find one in Pittsburgh. Like it would be less out of the ordinary.
Above that. No, they'll you wouldn't be thrown by that. And you certainly wouldn't be thrown by sticking money in its butt.
No. Yeah, exactly. It's really, and it's all caked up too.
Oh, I mean, come on. If you're gonna do a Mothman statue, it needs cake galore.
It needs to be caked up. Really, I mean, they undersold it, I think it could have been even more so, because just the amount of thrust you need to jump into the air before taking off.
Oh, yeah.
Like the Mothman do.
He's going to be working at it, That's just all
he's got to be working at it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
To protect the people of Appalachia. So Mothman is the superhero of Appalachia.
I guess, yeah, kind of, yeah. You think about it. I'll tell you what, though, they've got a lot of cryptids.
There's like another guy. Was it Ingrid Cold or something like that? Is another Indrid Cold, also known as the Grinning Man.
That one I don't know as well.
He's connected to the Mothman.
Oh.
First encountered by Woodrow Derenberger, as reported by John Keel in the nonfiction book, The Mothman Prophecies.
I missed that. I must have just... But they did talk a lot about like Men in Black style shit.
Yeah.
In that, so...
Indrid Cold appears as a character in The Mothman Prophecies. The movie also has been depicted in other works of fiction, such as the podcast The Adventure Zone and the video game Fallout 76. I mean, if you're in Fallout 76, then
they've
pretty much crammed all of the Appalachia cryptids
And honestly, that is more than anything else what makes me want to pick that game up.
I've been thinking about picking it back up. It's since it's gotten a lot better.
That's what I've been told. Yeah,
since it's been out, especially after the Wastelanders update, which added like just regular NPCs. There were no regular NPCs.
That's
in the
right.
game.
It was just empty. From what I'd heard. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I would have to. I think that would be worth a try at that point.
Yeah.
Just to see.
You know what else is empty?
What's that?
It's weird. It's like not even showing up.
It's not
even showing up on the list of things that exist.
So it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
Son of a bitch.
Ah, here we go. End task. Camera hub. Start over. Hey, initializing video engine. Thank you.
There we go. Really hated this book.
I'm glad.
I wrapped it up and I just wanted to it's like, that's it? That's what it is. Okay, great.
Goodbye.
Good. Glad we're done. Jesus.
I will say there are more interesting chapters in this section.
I will agree with you on that. The third and final act kind of attempts a couple of things. But yeah, that was I think it's kind of like what you were talking about with Dark Souls and Stackpole, where it's like, this is an author I really admire. And it's like, God damn, dude.
Yeah, and I think he was really caught on trying to write a book that was like all moral oral in terms of, oh, look at my shirt.
Hold on. Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Hall & Oates established 1972 Philadelphia.
I love that they are getting the attention they deserve in the past like 5-6 years. It's
yeah, I mean, they literally broke up last year after 50 years of working together.
They wrote some freaking amazing songs.
They sure did. They sure did. Jam this back here. That's better. Lumbar support.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need it, you know?
You gotta have it. You
Gotta have it.
Especially when you're older and everything starts falling off of you.
Older and less lumbar-y.
Yeah.
Lumbered.
You're lumbered. You're distinctly less lumbered.
You've got you got a lumber in you, and you need to get the lumber out.
You gotta build up that lumberage.
The lumberage, is it's something your body accumulates over thousands of hours. Of eating beef. God, that song just went so hard. The one I sent you.
Oh, that was really cool.
Yeah. It was like, it doesn't need to go that hard, but it did.
It did, and it deserves more than the 85 likes it had when I was there.
Yeah. I was like, I saw it, and I was like, she only has 45 subscribers, and this video has like 70 views or whatever it was. Like, Sam Lake saw it though.
That's good. See, there you go. That's good.
He saw it and retweeted it. but the man is a retweet machine. So,
So it just gets kind of lost.
he's
in
one
the
of those
shuffle, huh?
guys. Yeah, he's like very much like, oh, I want everybody to see all the things that people are doing.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you made a cosplay of Alan Wake. That's cool. Retweet. But
it's nice, but you're like,
it's nice, but nothing stays at the top of his feed for long enough to really get any traction.
Yeah. That's a shame.
Now you want
I'll be
to
right back. I gotta turn off the fan.
Yeah, and I gotta let the dog out.
Right on.
What?
That's smart. That's good.
You're fucking hot.
What was that?
Emily's in the living room and she hooked up her her wireless headphones to the Roku so she can watch TV and stuff in the living room and not disturb podcast recording and stuff. And I just thought I told her I thought it was clever and she went, yeah, and I gave her the finger. And
I can still disturb the podcast if I want.
you can do whatever the fuck you want, but you might not find me here in the morning if you do.
Where are you gonna go?
Anywhere but here.
You two are
Kevin, I'm
cute.
so sorry about that. Sorry about
You're just adorable, just like an adorable couple.
Thank you. Kevin says we're an adorable couple.
Oh, thank you, Kevin.
What's that picture behind you? Is that like
Oh, this is a poster from an old Nintendo Power for Secret of Mana.
Secret of Mana? I was like, that seems like I was gonna be like Chrono Trigger. It was like it was the old. It looked like the art of the old Square. The guy who used to do all the old Square stuff.
Yeah, I got that on a drunken eBay purchase maybe 15 years ago.
Let's be honest, aren't all the eBay purchases drunken?
Most. And I, for the longest time, just had it hidden away because I wanted to find a good frame for it because it was this really old poster and it's, centerfolds are not a standard frame size, as it turns out.
My video game was a centerfold.
Centerfold. And so it took me forever, but I finally got a thing for it. So
Yeah. That's cool.
I
Cool
like
beans.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, this book is bad.
It's just so boring. It's so
Yeah,
boring.
it's just so boring.
It's not even that it's like we talked about before. It's not even that it goes out of its way to be particularly bad or
Right.
thoughtless or
It's just
dull. And I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it on Goodreads, and it's got like a 4.2 out of 5 average score.
Yeah.
And
I don't get it.
I don't either. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna see what the fuck.
You know what it is? It's folks who just like, it's kids or folks who are just like, I don't read, but I read this one book and it was fun.
Yeah. I mean, here we go. I enjoyed the book because I liked the part where the main character finally found land after he was drowning. Smiley face. I also enjoyed this book because I liked the part where he named the cow Moo. Smiley face. I also really enjoyed this book because I liked the part where he made friends with a sheep, one blue sheep, one white sheep, and one black sheep. Smiley face. He named the blue sheep Rainy, the black sheep Flint, and the white sheep Cloud. Smiley face. I also really enjoyed this book because I love Minecraft. It was actually a pretty well spelled review until Minecraft, which
Until
I find to
Minecraft.
be deeply ironic.
Yeah. Yeah, that's just putting that 11-year-old on blast.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's a top-ranked review. 41 people liked that review.
41 people like that review. And hey, you know what else 41 people like?
What's that? Elevated horror, quote unquote.
Original or
Original.
or crunchy remake.
Oh no, the original with the
comedy.
gyrating pagan dancing and Christopher Lee and all that.
Yeah, the Nicolas Cage version, which is a comedy.
Oh my god, that movie sucked.
I don't even remember. I remember I watched it, and aside from the bees part, I don't remember anything.
It's just not very good. It didn't. It's such a strange psychedelic kind of a movie. It didn't need to be fucked with.
Yeah,
and it's funny because Emily loves Midsommar, for example, and so it's like we really ought to watch Wicker Man then. If I mean, that's really, there is no Midsommar without the Wicker Man.
They're very connected.
Very much so. Yeah.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, It Comes at Night. I was like, fuck this bullshit. But so I watched Long Legs, and I'm like, I don't have like super high expectations for Long Legs, only because of my history with most of that movies that are kind of identified to be in that grouping. But then I really liked it. It had some. I was like, oh damn, the cinematography is really telling. It's showing and not telling. And there's a lot of really good tense moments, and also Nicolas Cage. Speaking of Nicolas Cage, really brought it in his role.
That's awesome.
And it's like, it's not a spoiler. It's just a really good opening moment of just like when you first hear him talk, and the way it's framed is he's standing and you can't see him. You can, because the camera is low because it's like the little girl's point of view.
Right.
And he's like, how are you, little girl? Oh, I'm sorry. I have to get closer. I have my long legs on today. And he just like does this thing where he like, he then bends over and you get a glimpse of his face, and it like jump cuts to Long Legs, you know.
Nice.
The title sequence. Really good stuff.
It's been getting a lot of hype on TikTok and everything like that, and I think that might be why there's been some pushback on it.
Yeah. There's a lot of hype because of how good it is. Like, what is this?
I mean, that happens to both of us.
Because of how easily, because of like how visually stunning it is. It's easy to make visual hype reels out of this movie. You know what I mean? There's like so many really, really good, really, there's so many exquisite shots, framing and otherwise, that generate so much more fear and tension than you would have otherwise.
Nice.
Yeah. There's an entire moment where nothing is happening, but just the way the camera is angled, I was like, please stop. Please, no more of this.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay, I already wanted to see it, but now, I mean, because your opinion is one of the few that I actually trust when it comes to these things. So
yeah, I mean, you might not like it, but still go see it.
The people keep comparing it to Silence of the Lambs, and that was just one of my favorite movies of all time. So
yeah, was it you that I said or VZ? Somebody asked me if it compared to Silence of the Lambs.
Oh, and me.
And it's yes and no. I would say it is. It's like Silence of the Lambs meets Seven minus 50% of all the dialogue.
Oh, well, Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. That says a lot.
It's not there's dialogue in the movie, but it's not a super talky movie. Like Silence of the Lambs is a very talky movie. You know, there's not a lot of lots. I mean, even the serial killer never shuts the fuck up.
Right. Right.
But there's a lot of quiet moments in Longlegs than there are in, I would say, Silence of the Lambs or Seven, or it feels like it's like verging, something about it verges on Zodiac vibes, which I think is
Okay.
intentional because it's set in 1990 with a killer that has been active for 30 years
Okay, sure.
and uses
sure.
symbols to write his messages.
Okay, yeah, that kind of says it all right there.
So, yeah. I don't want to give too much away, but yeah, I would definitely say it's there is Silence of the Lambs elements to it, but
Okay.
minus a lot of the talking.
Okay.
And with a lead that is she is definitely portrayed as neurodivergent.
Okay.
The main character may be psychic.
I heard that there is that it does take a twist into a more supernatural element than
Sure,
some people
yeah.
were prepared for. So
It sets it up. I mean, I think people being not prepared for it is going into the movie, but by the end of the movie, I think it's been pretty well established that we're more of in a, you know how you use like, there's like high fantasy and low fantasy, where
Sure.
you can say low fantasy is like a fantasy setting where it's not really magic, or
Right.
you might not have magic and wizards and or dragons or whatever, but it's still fantasy, you know?
right.
This is low supernatural
Okay.
is how I would
It's
put
like
it.
just it hints very heavily at it, but doesn't necessarily like you're not necessarily seeing ghosts or anything like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
not necessarily.
Okay.
And you have
okay.
yeah. So go see Longlegs.
I
And
definitely want
so
to. That looks
because I need to have a discussion with somebody who also enjoyed Longlegs.
yeah.
Because VZ was mid on it.
Okay.
I know there's some folks in the other server that watched it, but yeah. Anyway,
Interesting.
it is interesting.
I don't see anything wrong with this book, by the way.
I don't see it either. I'm not sure where we're getting the. I am keeping my eyes peeled for
me too. Yeah.
the terrible misogyny that apparently is in this book. But I mean, there's characters that are misogynistic.
Oh, of course, sure.
But I think there is something weird going on with media literacy now, where people conflate a character being misogynistic with the story and the
Right. author
espousing those elements.
The only thing I can think of is the shtick with the mom kind of enjoying kissing on the mercenary guy who kidnapped her. That's the only thing I can think of.
Maybe.
A little bit of, what do you call it? Stockholm syndrome kind of shit there, but
Sure.
it's very mild at this point. So I don't
Yeah.
have any complaints. If anything, I was going to say, I took almost no notes on this book, which is a sign that I really enjoyed it. So it's just, it's a real page turner. So I think that's kind of,
Yeah.
it's interesting.
You know what else is a page turner?
What's that? Either from days and days ago or from yesterday. So, look at it like, what the fuck does that mean? What did I mean by that?
What does that mean? Yeah. So when you take notes, what notes do you take? Like, what kind of notes do you take?
Just
'Cause I take-
synopsis stuff.
Okay.
I'll every now and then, if I think of a joke that's like really killer, I'll put it in there. But mostly I rely on us being, you and I are really good at the back and forth. So
Sure. Yeah.
Mostly
No,
just
it's-
let it happen naturally. Although I
Yeah.
did do a joke in here somewhere. I'm sure I'll find it. I better anyway.
Why did the Skag crossed the desert. To get to the other side. Waka, waka, waka.
That's the only real convincing Fozzie I can do is this. That's the extent of it for me.
Welcome back to the Fozzcast.
The Fozzcast. See, now that is an idea. The Muppets having a podcast. Now that would be, and you don't even need the actual Muppets. I wonder if people would listen in. That would be interesting.
That would be fun. I don't know why they don't do that.
Like, yeah, like just do the Muppet Show, but it'd be a just do what you've always done.
Yeah.
With the Muppet Show, and just have it be the podcast format, and just that would work. They did it with that one Muppet Show that didn't do very well. It was kind of like a late night show.
Sure.
And they were kind of trying to do 30 Rock. And that one didn't do too well.
It's just that the Muppets need a really strong voice behind them for the movie for the like content to work. And they had a bit of a resurgence when was it Jason Segel?
Yeah, Jason Segel
did his Muppet movie, and then he's like, "Yeah, no, I'm moving on." And he
lived his dream, and he's moving on.
He lived his dream of making a Muppet movie, and then he continued on. And then the Jim Henson Workshop or whatever was like, "No, we're gonna do another movie and a TV show or whatever." And it just wasn't, because for as like talented as they are, I think there's nary a writer in the bunch that really grasps what they should be doing. It
takes a very specific writer you're looking for, and it isn't just a fan. That's the thing. Like, you would think, Jason Segel is a super fan, and that's great to a certain extent, but he also had more to it than that. He and he gave it more thought than just being a super fan.
It's like the idea of him doing like a Muppet movie, like that even made it into what was it? Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Yeah,
just because
with the Dracula thing.
The character, like Jason Segel as a person, was so obsessed with it that they made it part of his character in that movie.
Well, I mean, I think it was based on a breakup he had gone through.
Right. Yeah.
We just watched that movie too. That's so funny. I'm always down for that movie. It is such a genuinely satisfying movie with several of the worst people alive in it. But damn, it's just a satisfying comedy. I really enjoy it.
Who amongst the list is who else? I mean, you got Jason Segel is in it, but who is the worst people?
I mean, for my money, Russell Brand. Russell Brand is
Russell Brand, 100%.
An inescapably stupid human being, pretentious up his own ass. Yeah. He's just that guy who he thinks he's the only person in the world who sees the things he sees. And
Jonah Hill,
manipulative, shallow, shitty.
Yeah.
And then Mila Kunis. And they were backing up Danny Masterson and all that.
The defender of Danny Masterson.
Yeah.
And, as much as I like Kristen Bell and things that she's in, she's also, her and Dax Shepard are just annoying as fuck.
Well, Dax was, my wife was telling me about how he interviewed Van Ness from Queer Eye, and was like really shitty to him on his podcast.
Yeah.
Like kind of homophobic in a way.
I've heard,
I don't know.
I heard something like that. I heard that they had some falling out over the course of recording. But yeah, they're like, Kristen Bell and Dax Shepard wrote a book about like, not seeing. It was like it was a children's book about not seeing color. Something like that. It's we're all purple people. There's no blah blah blah. There's no, and it's like, what kind of early '90s anti-race?
Rudimentary bullshit. We don't need this restated and rehashed.
So Kristen Bell, love her for forever for Veronica Mars and The Good Place, but otherwise, she should probably stop
It's just one of those things. It's just like, look, just be an actor. You don't have to.
You
You don't have to
do
try your
things.
hand at children's books or cuisine or whatever else it is. Just
Yeah.
because you've got an audience, you don't need to.
Well, I
There
think
are
that's
lots of
why-
experts. We're good.
I think that's why Glenn Powell is moving back to Texas. He's left like Los Angeles and is like, yeah, I have reached stardom level enough that I don't need to be in this town anymore. And I
Who is
think
this?
just part of Glenn Powell, you'll recognize him when you see him.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. That guy, needlessly handsome guy. Yeah.
Needlessly handsome guy. I mean, he's had a pretty good couple years here. Top Gun Maverick, Twisters is doing pretty well. All that.
He got to
fun
have an
stuff.
affair with Sydney Sweeney, and
He got to apparently have an affair with Sydney Sweeney, if you're believing the PR on that one.
No, so he's fine. He doesn't need anything else.
He's fine, and he was really funny in Hitman. Did you see that? It's on
No,
Netflix. It's a
I
Richard
should-
Link. It's a Richard
Yeah.
Linklater movie.
Emily watched that. She was very confused by it. I remember.
It's a weird movie in that it's based on a true story up until a point, and then it's totally not a true story. It's like we based his character on a real dude,
right.
And so far that we actually used the guy's name, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
exactly.
and then it's like we're basically showing you what he did, which was he was a fake hitman for the cops,
Yeah,
the cops.
yeah.
He would set up hits and then get people arrested. And a big part of the movie is just talking about hitmen for hire don't really exist, right? It's like it's not a thing.
It's not really. It's
It's not really a thing that exists out in the world, but people believe it. So anyway, he's pretty funny in it, and then it's like up to a point, and then it's like the back half of the movie is like, all right, well, we did we kind of told the story of what kind of this guy did in real life. Now let's have fun with it. What if he meets a femme fatale?
Yeah. That was the thing. Emily was like, she was like, I don't know what kind of a movie they were going for. She said she was, I think the tone really threw her. That's all.
Yeah. It's a comedy, for the most part.
For the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kristen Bell. Oh, Bill Hader was in it though, so
Yeah. Wait, was he in it? What was he in it?
He was not in
he's
Hitman.
the stepbrother. In Sarah Marshall.
yeah.
Bill Hader. There was Paul Rudd. It's a good cast. It's a really good cast. Even in the Dracula musical at the end, they had some of the original cast from Avenue Q.
Interesting.
Yeah, like really top-notch people for even they're puppeteers, but just like not even really having speaking roles per se in the part. They're just singing and stuff. So that's funny.
Right.
And you get and it's a marvelous opportunity for Jason Segel to let everyone know he's got a great big hog. I don't think I ever really paid too much attention to that aspect until we watched it just the other day, and I was like, Jesus Christ, he's got a big dick.
He is. He can crank that hog.
He can crank that hog. I love the internet sometimes.
Yeah.
That is one of them.
that meme just like
It giveth and giveth.
every time Dave, it's like Dave Oshry always reposts it. And it's just all the guys saying, cranking my hog.
Cranking my hog. I saw a TikTok the other day where it was saying, my wife asked me the other day to stop cranking my hog so she could watch a movie. And I said, of course, sweetie, the only thing that I love more than cranking my hog is my wife. It's fucking crazy. I love it. I love it. More of that, please. It's in these troubled times, don't we?
In
American
this,
people.
in this economy, yes, we need it.
Yeah, don't we deserve
In this internet economy,
a little hog cranking? Don't we have
just
that
a
come to us?
little bit. What do you got there? That's a colorful looking beverage.
This is lovely. It's a gin and tonic, if you can believe that.
Oh.
It's a gin made here in Richmond. It's called Kali, and it's flavored with orange peel and hibiscus.
Interesting.
It's got kind of a grapefruit kind of flavor to it, though. So it's kind of like it tastes like a Greyhound or something. It's really, really very nice.
Nice.
Breakfast cocktail.
I've been keeping an eye on grapefruit intake because my new fresh cholesterol medication is like no grapefruit.
No grapefruit. Oh yeah, because it can. Yeah. There are lots of drugs that grapefruit deactivates.
Grapefruit fucks up. It's so weird. It's like don't eat grapefruit if you're taking this or near the time that you're taking this within 2 hours or something like that, or else it doesn't work. And I'm like, what?
I remember, reading Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas for the first time, and Hunter Thompson talking about demanding dozens of grapefruit to be sent up to the room and everything like that. And my drug friends
sober up.
Yeah, my drug friends are like, yeah, he's trying to deactivate all the chemicals in his brain. It's like, holy shit, I had no idea.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a killer fruit.
Yeah,
apparently.
it is. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be right back.
Do it. Do it. I was like, come on. I thought that was a pretty good story.
Yeah, gabagool.
Gabagool. With that, I mean, it's a good enough story for other places.
Yeah,
But
you
I
gotta
was surprised.
You gotta leave the gabagool.
Come on. But yeah. What?
We got
What's
a munchkin.
that? I got a munchkin.
Yes. Did you just start?
What, we haven't even
Literally
really
just
started
started.
yet.
I bet you were like 2 hours in.
We record at 8. It just started.
She's been ignoring you all this time, is what she's getting at.
I thought you were gonna end soon.
I just sat down, literally. It's okay.
She's trouble.
Okay. She said she'll come in later.
Good. Nothing but trouble, that one.
Nothing but trouble.
Love
Yeah. So,
But yeah, we've been having a really good week, though. Graham is he's
for baby
for
stuff.
him for baby stuff. Yeah, he's starting to crawl a little bit, and
Ooh.
yeah, like just a little. He can turn himself in place. He hasn't started pulling himself along yet, but
Yeah.
And he did this thing the other night that I can't help but think is kind of a milestone thing. He played a game with us.
Oh.
He was on the ground. He loves being on the ground. He was on his stomach, and he would like look at one of us and smile. And the moment we looked at him, he would go, and bury his face down in his hands. And so we got, oh, okay. So we started making a point to look away, and what's that over there? And you could see out of the corner of my eye him going, like, just so happy. And then you'd go, oh, you're looking at me, and he'd go, and just duck his head down. And I said, he's playing a game with us. That's crazy.
Isn't it bananas that when you you don't really get it until you have a kid. All these little moments that just you can't really explain it to somebody who isn't a parent.
It's like anytime someone has ever tried to in the past when I didn't have kids, it was one of those things that even then I could think I was like, why are you bothering? Why are you telling me this? It's just not going to affect me in the same way. And now I know that was absolutely true because there's just, he's been chirping a lot and talking a lot and what do you call it? Gibberish and stuff like that.
Jibba jabba.
Jibba jabba. But every now and then he'll, especially when he's upset, he'll go, mama, mama. And it's like, I don't think he's saying mama, but it's like close enough that I, like a chill ran down my spine. It was like, because I'm still mentally in pet mode, with him, and so like the idea that he's going to start talking and have opinions and stuff like that is insane to me.
Yeah, the real opinions won't come for a bit, but the talking. Camilla's first word was Harrison.
Oh, that's good. That's a good first word.
Harrison was our old dog.
Yeah.
So that was, she'd be like, Hessen. And
Oh,
I was like, is
that's
she saying
precious.
Harrison?
That is precious. That's a good first word. That's a really tough one.
Yeah.
That's like several syllables.
Yeah.
I love
and
it. That's so cute.
And then and then Dada was, I think, next. And don't be surprised if like the intent, you feel like there's more intentionality early on with Dada, just because it's easier for babies to make the sounds.
Oh, interesting.
Because Dada just requires tongue, like a tongue movement, whereas Mama is like a more complex,
the full mouth
with the lips.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, yeah. I'm really looking forward to it. He's gotten so funny, and I mean that literally. He is. Yeah. You can see a sense of humor building up in him, and he is sleeping through the night.
He's sleeping through the night now.
At least he has the past few nights. He got up once last night, but otherwise,
what time does he go down?
Emily's putting him down right now.
Yeah, and is it like
8 o'clock, give or take.
8 o'clock, give or take. And how long does he sleep for?
Till about he's usually up when I'm up, so about 6:30 or something like that. Okay, but
that's not bad.
No,
once you get that sleeping through the night back, it's a game changer.
It's a game changer. It's totally different now. We got our bed back, and like it's amazing. And in the morning, I think the most impressive thing for me is in the morning, I'll see him when I'm changing. Emily will still be asleep, and I'll be like getting ready for work, and I will see the monitor, and he'll be awake, but he won't be crying or desperate for someone to come and get him. He'll just be kind of sitting there, and he knows where the camera is, and he'll look up at the camera, and I'm waiting for him to just like wave one day. Like he's just hanging out. He knows he can have fun by himself. Which is, that's big. That's real big. So,
that's real. That's huge. Yeah. Once a kid can kind of occupy themselves a little bit, it's big.
Yeah. So we're really happy. It's been a very fruitful week, let's say. So we're pretty happy. Yeah. How about you? How's stuff down at Castle Erhard?
Good. Yeah, I can't really complain. I have now made it to the gym. I missed one day, but every day for the past week and a half.
Kevin, that's huge. That's huge,
I've
man.
Made it to the gym to do I've been getting in my half hour on the treadmill every day. Probably next week I'm going to do a little weight training.
Nice. Weight training is supposed to be the real good thing. Like people talk about cardio a lot, but weight training and strength training is what actually helps you lose the weight better.
Yeah, exactly. So, I just want to, make it, because I'm on the cholesterol medication now, and thankfully there's been no side effects. So that's good.
That's good. Yeah.
I was worried about like I know one of the side effects of cholesterol medication is memory issues.
Yeah.
And I know my dad had those issues. Like he wasn't able to, while he was on cholesterol medication, I don't think he's on it anymore because his cholesterol is fine. Mm-hmm. He had trouble reading.
Reading?
Yes.
Wow.
So like he couldn't read a book because he would have trouble, like he would get to the end of the page and he would already have like forgotten what happened at the top of the page. So his short-term memory was messed up with his cholesterol medication. So I was like, I don't want that to happen.
I don't blame you. Jesus Christ. That sucks.
But yeah, no, I haven't had any issues.
good.
with it. And, I'm going to the gym. Still need to eat better, but I'm building habits at a time, building the habits that I can at a time.
That's absolutely how you have to look at it. It's one thing
if
at
I
a
can
time.
at least get this like actually being physically active thing down, then I could be like, because a lot of times I've known other people, it's like they started with being physically active, and then they're like, their brain was finally like, all right, fine, I'm going to eat better, because like you could be as physically active if you want, but if you're still then chasing it with 2 king size Butterfinger candy bars right afterwards, you're really not doing a whole lot.
No, you're taking a step forward and then a step back again, and it's just like this is not worth the effort. It's just not at that point.
So
yeah.
No,
Well, I'm proud of you, man. That is
Thank you.
no small feat. And you're right. Your instincts are good. It has to be one thing at a time, because if I can tell you from personal experience that when I tried to take on too many things all at once, it was almost always it was something I would drop. I would drop everything and I'd go back to them harder than before.
Yeah, no, it's I can't do the I'm changing everything about everything all at once. And I'm like, no, I got to change one thing and then I can change another thing.
It has to be long term. Yeah.
So I figure, get myself about I think it's like 30 days to build a new habit. So if I'm able to get that going, where it's just like, oh, I have to go, it's like that thing where your brain has like, it's like once you build the habit, your brain kind of gets that little itch of like, you haven't done it yet. You should go do that.
Yeah, exactly. It's the new normal, and you have to respond to that, and it becomes more painful not to do it than to do it, which was the problem in the first place.
Exactly. So today was my first day using the incline on the treadmill.
Ooh, it'll kick your ass, won't it? I mean,
threw it up a couple degrees, and like, I was like, ooh. That was
the difference a few degrees makes is insane. Oh yeah.
It's like I just feel it in the hips and the the buttocks. All that fun stuff.
That's good, man. That's good. That's good for you. It's you'll be happier getting on that
happier in the long
track.
run.
Exactly. What is it?
Yeah.
Patton Oswalt was talking at one point about he's not even trying to get fit anymore. He just wants to be able to stand of his own accord during his daughter's graduation.
Right.
He doesn't want to be placed. He doesn't want to leave early because Pap can't handle the heat.
Yeah, that's the thing is you kind of get to the point where you see like my parents, are in pretty good shape, and they're turning. My dad's already 73, and my mom's turning 73 in a month, and you just like they're 73 and they're going out, and they were in Italy for a couple weeks doing a lot of walking around and stuff like that, and they do a European tour. It seems like every 8 months or something like that.
God damn it.
Yeah, they're really leaning into their retirement. But that's the thing is I look at them and I'm like, I want to make sure I'm like that when I'm their age, and not like, the guy at Walmart who is using the shopping cart because he needs a shopping cart, but also because
I need to lean.
He needs to really lean on that shopping cart.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that 70-year-old.
I mean, it sounds corny, but like Emily ultimately was a huge part of what got me doing better. And it wasn't even out of a need to fit any expectation of her. She was like, no, I'm pretty sure that you're perfect the way you are physically. I like the way you look and all that stuff. And I was like, okay, I like this. Maybe I'll quit smoking. And that tumbles into another thing, and that tumbles into another thing. And it just becomes about how can I spend more time with this family ultimately? And
right.
It's nice.
It's nice.
Yeah,
Yeah. Gotta love nice things. Nice things are
I
nice.
like it. Nice things are nice, and we should keep more nice things around.
Is that the gin
Yeah.
from the other day?
It's lovely. Just look at that color.
It looks like it's like a slightly lighter shade than cranberry juice almost.
Yeah, it's almost like a grapefruit juice kind of thing, like a pink grapefruit.
grapefruit juice. Yeah, or a heavy pink lemonade.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing. I have added to my speaking of lemonade, adding to my my desk at work, my cubicle. I recently purchased a 60-pack of Crystal Light things to, the little powder things to drop in your,
right.
It's a game changer. It's my little it's
it's
my little treat.
It's a little treat to yourself. You put it
Yeah.
in and you shake up the
Shake it
water
up.
bottle.
Yeah,
and now you got a little
exactly.
sweet treat right there.
Got a little sweet treat, and unbeknownst to me, they had 4 different flavors in it, and one of them is wild strawberry, which is the only one I never had. And I come to find out it's caffeinated. So I'm like, great, just what I need. I need
Yeah.
more
Yeah,
caffeine at work.
Just get all buzzed up at work.
I'm just gonna tap it out onto the desktop and just do lines of it after a certain point. just to-
That's the next step with Crystal Light is
That's crystal meth.
crystal meth. It's that a lot of people think marijuana is the gateway drug. It's actually crystal,
Crystal light. It's crystal light. Raspberry lemonade.
Exactly.
God damn, it's good. 5
You know what else is a
calories.
gateway drug?
What's that?
Joe Rogan says he supports RFK Jr. over Trump and Harris. Sounds about right.
That is anyone surprised by that? Is anyone surprised by that at all? If you are, you're being a dishonest prick. Like that's just,
come on.
or you
know?
don't know who Joe Rogan is. Like
Yeah.
that's the only excuse. Of course he is. Of course he is.
Yeah. Good Lord. That's a mess.
It's a real mess. It's a real mess. He is a sad human being, and it just
I
gets
didn't even
worse.
finish the Behind the Bastards on him.
It just gets worse the more you learn.
Yeah.
It like at first it's just like, what a sad man. How pitiful is his existence, and I kind of feel sorry for him and stuff. And by the end of it, you're like, oh no, fuck that guy. Okay, yeah, he never had a chance, but fuck him.
But also fuck him. And it's just like he has a fridge full of roadkill. Apparently,
yes.
he has. He's like, yeah, I left a dead bear cub in Central Park. What actually makes him, and what I love is like fuckers like Tim Pool being like, he's like, well, they had to like fix the primaries so that, RFK Jr. didn't have a shot for the Democrats because
RFK did a fine enough job all on his own, I think.
like, I don't think anyone ever took him as a serious person.
No.
Do you remember in the Super Bowl he paid for an ad spot with like using a old commercial for his dad from the 1960s?
I had not heard of this. That's crazy.
And I feel like his face was like haphazardly pasted into it. Like graphic
my
design is
God.
really my passion. And it played during the Super Bowl.
Jesus
Putting
Christ.
that Kennedy money to good use,
That is, those riches, those dollars, absolutely where they belong. What in God's name is going on? That's insane.
Joe Kennedy is rolling over in his grave right now, seeing RFK
seriously.
Jr.
That is all fucking nuts.
I mean, he was
my
a piece
God.
of shit, but he was a piece of shit that was very focused on getting things done in a certain way. And
Right. He had motivation. He was a highly motivated person.
yeah, he did not have brainworms.
No, that much we can agree on. No brainworms for him.
No brainworms. When like people would talk about brainworms as like a joke, and then RFK Jr. is like, "No, I got a dead worm in my brain." Everybody's like, "Yeah, that tracks."
anybody who's actually trying to suggest that he ever was being taken seriously, any chance in hell is disingenuous as fuck. Like there's just no,
like most of these right wing grifter podcast guys are still believe that Biden is going to sneak back in and retake the nomination somehow.
That's kind of hilarious.
It is hilarious. They are not living in any sort of reality.
No, that much is absolutely. I mean, I don't know if that's ever been the case, but that is definitely true. But it's pitiful.
Yeah, you know who is living in reality?
Who's that? I don't know if there's any official time or anything like that.
Got it.
It's a lake house out in Clarksville, so that'll be nice.
Nice.
Yeah. It'll be the second time I've been to his bachelor party.
You are. Can you make him feel bad for not inviting me?
Yes.
If that's like, just put that on your to-do list.
That's like all. I mean, that's
a little guilty for
that'll be easy to remember. I can definitely do that. Yeah, that'll be simple. Yeah. I can absolutely do that. That's no problem at all.
That's going to be the opening of the bonus portion of the
of
the episode. And I
can
hope
you make him
listens
feel
to it.
guilty?
Can you make him feel just a little guilty? Yeah.
Yes.
It'll thrill me. Like you don't even have to tell me. Like I'll feel it through the air.
Oh yeah.
I'll be like,
oh yeah. You'll just know. You'll get this little endorphin rush and just know. You're like, Phil did it. Phil did it. There we go. Feel
there
better.
It is. How's your week been?
It's been good. We're just getting work done. I've got a trip to South Dakota coming up.
Ooh,
of all places.
I was about to ask if it's about. I was like, South Dakota wineries, and then I remembered you're not doing wine anymore.
No, but I have looked into it, and there's really nothing there.
No, I can't imagine. It's South Dakota. There's a whole part of South Dakota that's called the Badlands.
Right. Yeah. It's right outside of Deadwood, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try and check that out. But I might have a meeting with the mayor, which is kind of cool. Yeah.
Deadwood is just north of No Grapes Have Ever Grown Here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's south by southwest of Don't and No. It's there's little ghost towns these days.
Where are the Dakotas 2 states? It could just be one
you
state.
could put them together and you'd still have less than the population of the cities we both live in.
It's not a lot of people there.
No.
South Dakota listeners sound off. If
let us know if you're there.
Let us know if you're there and are on the $5 and up tier on Patreon, because that's a funnel. That's a sales marketing funnel right there. Is like
absolutely
step 1, South Dakota.
Yeah.
Step 2, listens to Pixel It. Step 3,
profit.
Profit. Yeah. Has what's his name DM'd us yet?
I don't think so. No, I'm thrilled because I was going to reach out to him anyway, and the fact that he reached out to us is pretty neat. He was totally nice and chill about everything, so that was cool.
Yeah, it was cool.
And he didn't force me to admit that everything I get is off of Wikipedia because I'm a hack and a fraud. So that was nice of him.
Yeah.
No, he seems to like the show and everything like that. He just wanted to point out that some of my information sucked.
There's some wrong things. I said a wrong thing.
Oh, sure.
Too in there. I said it was Arcane Austin, and he said it's Arcane Leon, but to be honest, they both worked on it. It wasn't it wasn't like one or the other. They both worked on the first Dishonored. Arcane Austin. The only game Arcane Austin I think made totally on their own was Prey.
Oh, okay.
And Redfall.
Okay.
Yeah.
So went from like a cult classic, underappreciated classic to
One of the most disappointing games in recent history.
that is how do you that is a hell of a jump. That's
Well, apparently
crazy.
a bunch of the folks had left Arcane Austin.
Okay.
And I think they are working on something else. I feel like, and maybe this is just me spouting more misinformation. I feel like a bunch of the Arcane Austin people are in that studio that made Weird West. Did you play Weird
okay.
West?
No, I remember you loved that game. I
Yes,
remember that
it's
being a
a
big one for you.
fun game. It is a third person. It's like one of those games that feels like it should be turn based but isn't.
Yeah.
So
I think I bought it on sale. I don't think I've played it. I haven't played it. I know
it's
that.
worth checking out because it's one of those games where
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah, Weird West Definitive Edition. I might reinstall it.
Yeah.
It's one of those games that has like some really fun stuff and quick and like neat interactions. It's definitely ImSimmy because you can solve problems any number of ways. So
Yeah.
I dig it.
No, I definitely need to get around to that. I've got my fucking backlog is unreal.
Instead of like one overarch, like there's a wraparound story in it, but it's actually 5 short stories that you play through.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah,
It's kind of a what is that game? The JRPG that came out a little bit back.
Oh yeah. What is the name of that? There's 2 of them. Octopath Traveler.
That's the one. See, I don't feel bad about. There are things that have happened on this show that I have forgotten the names of, and I am totally embarrassed about. That is not one of them. That is not a title
Speaking
that
of, I
just
do want
trippingly comes to the tongue.
I do want to get back to playing the second one because I was playing it on my Steam Deck, which is like honestly
That's kind of the best way to do it.
the JRPG on Steam Deck is it's a pretty goated combination.
I played the first one on my Switch, and it was
Yeah.
just this feeling of like, how else do you play this game? This feels like the only appropriate way to play it. You know,
it's like it's a lot of talking and a lot of menus and turn-based combat. Like you don't have to like react super quickly. You know,
right? You can take your time with it. God
Yeah.
forbid. That's
God forbid. It's like other fucking like the new Final Fantasy is action. It's like
yeah.
I don't know. It's too fast for my old man bones.
I mean, that's the thing. I've been playing, 1,000 Year Door, and it is mostly that. It is mostly that, except for the fact that you have the opportunity to dodge and crit and stuff like that if you hit at a certain time. And I'm just like, oh, that's so useful, but I wish I could just sit back.
I wish I could take a nap while I was playing this.
Can't I? Come on, I'm a dad. I should get to sleep and play games at the same time.
I should get to nap and play games at the same time.
I mean, there are. I am slowly collecting a pile of games that are simple to play while half conscious. So it's been working out pretty well for me.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah,
I totally get it.
That might be a bonus thing that I'll put up on our Patreon one day, like top 10 games for dads who are cranky and half asleep.
What's funny is that I can play Elden Ring mostly half asleep at this point.
Oh well, sure. Any game like that you've gotten to a rhythm with, that's
like
doable.
I know what's up. I can just kind of coast on through to the other side. That was really what the Doors. That was what the Doors would have said when they got, if they actually got to old age. It would not have been break on through. It would have been coast on through. You know, why are we breaking? Why are we breaking on through?
It would have been coast on through and lay on down and maybe have a little shut eye. I'm not.
A little nap.
I'm not.
Snack. I'm a little hungry.
I'm not sleeping. I'm just resting my eyes. By Jim Morrison. I think that would be I think that's it's
We really
shocking
missed out.
and tragic that never happened. Yeah, exactly.
We really missed out on Jim Morrison's best work in the future.
The world lost a king, an aged retirement age king. That's where he could have been. Shame, really.
How old was Jim Morrison when he died?
27. He was part of the 27
Oh,
club.
he's part of that ding dang 27 club.
I think
Yeah.
he is. He should be.
No, yeah, looks
know
like it.
Yeah, Janis Joplin and Jimi Hendrix and Kurt Cobain.
And what's her name? The very jazzy voice.
Amy Winehouse.
Amy Winehouse.
Yep. There was a podcast about that, I remember. Someone was doing a documentary podcast, and I was like, well, that's an interesting idea if you're doing a limited series, but you're going to run out like pretty quick. It's not that many. It's like some legendary people, yes, but it isn't an endless list that you're working with here. So
There's on the Wikipedia article for 27 Club, there is in the first Hitman game, not from the original series, but from the 2016 one. One of the in-game missions, Club 27, involves killing an indie musician who is celebrating his 27th birthday.
oh, that's good. That's good. Those games have such a great sense of humor. They are twisted.
I have the full World of Assassination version
Yeah.
of Hitman, which is just Hitman 1, 2, and it's like all the levels together in one
Right.
game. So I should go and play that because I played I've played levels here and there. Hitman is a lot of fun because it's basically a puzzle game.
Yeah. It's a violent puzzle game. That's genuinely what it is. That's how stealth games and stuff like that are. It's about finding your way around everything and doing something with style.
If you're shooting your way out, you've done it wrong.
Exactly. That is not the way it ought to be. I remember I played, I think the only one of those games that I played from beginning to end, I think was Blood Money. Is that what it's called? Blood Money. It was on Xbox 360.
Blood Money.
Is that what it was?
Video game. No, that's not. I don't think that's it.
What was it? It tells you what impression. Blood Money. Hitman Blood Money.
Oh, Hitman Blood Money. Okay.
Yeah. That was I played that one from beginning to end and really enjoyed it and have basically barely returned to that fold since then. And I really should because I do love the stealth games. It is a good game.
Get back in there.
Stylish. It's fun.
Get back in there. Agent, what's his name? 47?
47. Mhm.
Yeah. He needs you.
I guess so. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. He and I did not end on bad terms.
No. You know who else who needs you?
What's that? Summer thing. From my brief research, Charlie XCX made a song called Brat, and it refers to somehow this ties into the color lime green.
Okay.
And lime green, so having a brat summer often refers to wearing that color. There's also some heavy pansexual / lesbian vibes that go, but you know, this is the year of Chapel Rowan. We're all lesbians. Like it's just I'm part of the dad, cis het normative dads who love Chapel Rowan Club. So
yeah,
that's just where
the
we are right now.
dadsbians.
Yeah, that's great. Perfect. I'm a dadsbian. I love it.
Yeah.
No, we play her for my son when we're giving him baths and stuff, and he loves the Hot to Go song, which if you ignore the content of the song and just it's a kid's song.
Yeah,
it's got a little sing along vibe to it.
You can, you know what? You got a few years. You got 2 years. You got 2 years before he starts repeating things that he's heard in the songs, and then it's a hard pivot to Raffi. You know,
Then
the fun times are a little bit over. But that's not that long that you
No.
can like you can warm back up into it. Like, yeah, by the time Camilla was in like first, second grade, I was like, yeah, I'm not going to care what she hears in song lyrics anymore.
Yeah.
I stopped really censoring I stopped playing the radio edits.
It's how we talk around him too. We've talked about that, where it's like right now it doesn't matter, but we really do need to be aware in the coming years how we talk around him. We need to be. But I think you're right. I think we'll get over that hill, and at a certain point we'll go, fuck it. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we try.
We don't talk that way around Papa and Zuzu. That's all. Then you're good.
Do not.
If you don't want to be, yeah.
Don't curse around grandma and grandpa, please.
Yeah, if you don't want to be dragged away to church to be baptized against your will, then you'll just keep it to yourself until they leave, and then you can. I don't give a shit. My problem when I was a teacher and we were supposed to like punish kids for cursing and stuff, which was a fucking losing battle. What a stupid idea that is.
Cussing. Those kids are cussing.
They're cussing, and the only problem I had with it was when they used it really incorrectly, and that was when I got annoyed. It wasn't what they were saying; it was how they were saying it.
Yeah.
When they would use it incorrect, I was like, that's not how you use that word. Like you sound like an idiot. Like that would be my general response.
Right.
So, yeah,
You sound like an idiot.
you sound like an asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep seeing if there's anything interesting going on over the DNC.
There never is. No, I'm
Never
joking.
is.
It really does. It really does seem like it's
better than it has been in years past. And the special guest tonight,
it seems great.
the special guest tonight is Beyonce.
That's the super secret guest there.
Super secret guest. I don't know if you saw on Twitter. I gave a snarky response to somebody.
No.
Using the Pixelit account, just so you're aware.
I love it. I love it.
Basically, somebody said, "Oh, it's a super secret guest. It's gonna blow up the phones," and I'm like, "Oh yeah, is it gonna be somebody from the uncommitted movement that's gonna speak up for Palestinians?" No.
Then whatever.
Then whatever, man.
Then whatever. I had heard a lot of whispers that it was going to be Taylor Swift.
Yeah. Now Taylor is a bit of a coward.
Yeah, that whole thing with her AI thing. Has she said a word about that?
Which AI thing?
Trump retweeted like somebody created. I think it was a satirical Twitter account created.
Oh yeah, with the Taylor Swift. Like, yeah, I think he had
AI.
to take it.
Yeah, and he posted and like the Swifties lost their fucking mind, and
The Swifties lost their mind, but I don't know if she actually said anything. And
that's my point. Yeah, I wasn't sure if she actually did anything about it.
She's way too judicious. It's like the wrong people always have power, man. Yeah. Because there's like people who use the power and the capital that they have to do just harmful shit. And then there's people with all the power and capital in the world, and they just sit on it. And I mean, I know Taylor Swift endorsed Biden, I believe, in the last election after much like arguing with her dad. Like there's like a clip of her arguing with her dad about doing it, and it's like she gives way too much credence to whatever the fuck her parents have to say, because her dad is I guarantee her dad's just this middle-aged white dude who only cares about like, well, what about the Republicans who buy your music?
Right. You got to be a centrist about this.
I'm giving him a Southern accent, and when I forgot that Taylor Swift is from fucking Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but she was a country artist, so
she was a country artist, but she's from.
I didn't know she was from Pennsylvania.
She grew up outside of Philadelphia in
no
a big
shit,
house.
I didn't know that. That part I could have guessed. That part I'm not surprised about. But no, I didn't know that. That's funny.
So yeah, that's her. you know.
I got a notification from Hey Dude Shoes. They are not interested in doing an affiliate thing with us, but they did give a reason, and I can't argue with it. The gist is, I mean, basically they were like, we don't know if your demographic is the demographic that buys our shoes. And I was like, yeah, Kevin and I are the demographic that buys the shoes. I'm not sure if our fan base is that that's kind of fair. It's kind of fair. Like,
I mean, it's a dad shoe, you know?
Exactly. That's exactly it. It's a dad shoe.
We got a lot of dads.
Do we have a lot of dads?
We have a decent amount.
I always felt like our audience was so much younger than us. That's how it feels sometimes.
Yeah, but
because it always surprises me.
I guess. I mean, maybe I'm probably overestimating the people who are active on the Discord versus the bulk of our audience.
Right. No, it's funny when you look at the numbers versus like the active people on Discord and our social media.
Yeah,
and stuff
everybody
like that.
active on the Discord most of the people on the Discord that are active are like dads and parents.
Right. And and that's actually a very small percentage of the people who actually listen to us, which is crazy.
It's crazy. It's bananas.
It's bananas.
Oh my God. They got a guy with a mullet on stage now.
Oh, thank God. We need
Thank God that we needed mullet representation. Couldn't find time for Palestinians.
But we got them. We got that goddamn mullet representative.
Got that goddamn mullet representative.
Thank God. Okay.
You know what else is a mullet representative? That's right. I'm going into the show from this.
I love it. I think it's fine. Don't ask questions. Just do it.
As a flight to a place.
Yeah.
Because I think that's like, when airlines are like, we offer a bajillion routes, and be like, no, it's bullshit.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
you've just made friends with other places. We know
you fly me strangely into Detroit for like 7 hours and then send me from Detroit to Richmond. Right.
Which is fine. Let me be clear.
Fine.
That's fine, but don't bullshit me. Like,
yeah. Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. They had to. I flew into. I flew from here to Minneapolis to South Dakota to this little regional airport they've got in Rapid City, and then went to Rapid City Airport like 4 days later. Yeah, and went in, and the flight got delayed, and then it got delayed to for 15 minutes, and then I was flying to O'Hare, pretty quick connector, but I was like, okay, at this rate, should be all right. Then they pushed it to 5 p.m. as opposed to 2 p.m. And I was like, okay, I'm going to miss my flight. And then they pulled it back to 2:30. And I was like, wait, what the fuck are we doing? And finally it slowly ticked back down to 5 p.m. It was the biggest waste of time. And I just called them up and they were like, we've got literally the same flight tomorrow if you want to give that one a try. And I was like, yes, I do. I want to go home.
Sure. I do not want to be in South Dakota.
Right.
Anymore.
So the cool thing about my company, though, is because I spent a Saturday in a hotel in South Dakota, they're giving me a day of PTO to make up for it. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's decent of them.
Because it's work to sit and wait for a plane. I'd say that's
I ordered Chili's and watched Dakota football. Found out that North Dakota has a pretty good football team. Didn't know.
Was it a Chili's or a Chili's 2?
What's a Chili's 2?
Oh, it's the Chili's that's normally in an airport.
Oh, no. I got an Uber Eats to my hotel room. I went straight back to I went outside looking for a lift, and there was the shuttle for the hotel I'd been staying at. And I was like, hey, I just stayed there. I'm going to get a room there tonight again. Can I get a ride? And he was like, yeah. He's like, gave me a ride.
That's great.
It was really decent of him. And I got back. And
how was South Dakota? I mean, what's the vibe like out there?
What a fascinating place. It was really interesting. The food was decent. It was just that it was all right. It's the largest portions I've ever seen in my life.
Sure.
And coming from the Deep South, that is impressive.
Big state, big food.
Exactly. Also, the biggest Trumper place I've ever been in my entire
Sure.
life. And
Tracks.
again, coming from the Deep South, that's insane. It was like, it's a motorcycle town.
Sure.
And you've got these 800-year-old men riding around on motorcycles, like holding Trump flags up in the wind. There's no rally or anything. That's just them hanging out. And everyone's really suspiciously friendly, but it did make you kind of go, oh.
Were you like, okay, so in the area you were in, I'm gonna like, you were near Sturgis, weren't you?
Yes, just south of Sturgis. In fact,
Okay.
the motorcycle
Which is
rally
the biggest,
there,
the biggest motorcycle rally in like the country.
and that had happened like a week and a half ago, so
Got
I
it.
just missed it. There's a really sick part of me because I really did enjoy it, and I want to see more of the West. So I told my boss, I was like, if any more of these come up, and I can go to Wyoming or Montana or North Dakota or even more South Dakota, I'd like to be considered, because they're trying to do these once a quarter. And they were more than happy to say, yeah, we could probably
send one
probably
of
do that.
send one of their dudes out to just like check out the vibes.
Right. You know, that's the whole thing. I'm the Rapid City guy in this company now.
Okay.
So like that's my territory, and now I know the place backwards and forwards and all that shit.
Do you have Idaho?
No. Well,
Okay.
I don't. Someone does.
Someone does.
Someone
What
has
is
it,
your
I don't
what
have
is
it.
the area you cover then technically?
Well, if I'm not, if normally I'm on a team that does the Midwest. I spent a lot of time doing Dayton, Ohio, and some other places in the Midwest. It was just that a Western town opened up, and they said, "Are you interested?" And I said, "Yes." So I might work my way into being more of a Western specialist this way.
Got it.
But it was a cool area. I think the most interesting thing for somebody who's never been out there before was that the people of color there wasn't blacks or Latinos; it was Native Americans.
Sure. Yeah.
And of course that makes perfect sense.
Right.
But I hadn't really thought about it, and so the vibe there is very interesting in terms of like everyone's a little influenced by that culture, and there are several reservations in the area, and there was like craftsmen there, and I bought my wife a pair of earrings that were made by a Lakota craftsman and stuff like that.
It just reminded me that the governor, Kristi Noem, is actually
Yes.
banned in a huge chunk of her own state
I believe that. I 100%. Yeah.
because of how many there's a lot of land in South Dakota
Yeah.
that's Native American land, and
she's a
they
psychopath.
do not yes, they do not like her.
No. Yeah, I didn't even think about that until I got there, and I was talking to one of the realtors, and she was like, well, you know, our governor, da 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 da. I was like, oh, right. Her. And I had been trying to get a hold of the superintendent of the schools, and I couldn't get a hold of anybody. I'm usually really good at getting a hold of educational people and everything, and I found out that it was because literally the week before the superintendent had been let go by the school board because of comments she had made about the local Indian population. And it was
Oh, boy.
boy. Okay, so
Touchy
That's-
subject.
touchy subject, and that was the reason I couldn't get a hold of her. So that at least makes some sense.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
a very, very interesting place. I would like to go back again and take my family, because it's genuinely different.
Yeah, and
from what we know.
I imagine it's beautiful.
It's gorgeous. I got to see Crazy Horse. I skipped Mount Rushmore.
Count Rushmore.
Count Rushmore. Yeah, I skipped that one and went to Crazy Horse instead, and that was totally worthwhile. It
And
was so cool.
Count Rushmore. Count Rushmore.
See, now you can't let go of it.
No, I can't do it. And Mount Rushmore on its own is, it's a affront to the First Peoples, because it's, It was carved out of their sacred,
out of
like a sacred mountain.
rock. Like, it's bad. But the story behind the Crazy Horse monument is it's going to be the largest monument in the world. And it's like you roll up on it and it's only there's only a fraction of it's done. It's the face and the hand, and you don't realize what you're looking at first. And all of a sudden you realize it and your stomach drops out. Like, it's so huge. And the vertigo kind of hits you. And it's going to be, and when it's done, it's going to be like Lord of the Rings shit. It's absolutely insane. And it's being done with the assistance and the blessing of the Lakota people.
Right. Is it on Lakota land or?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's fully privately paid for too, which is interesting.
Sure.
So,
that's awesome. And here's the thing. I both love and genuinely have a weird phobia of gigantic monuments.
Oh yeah. This one will fuck you up if you go out. It's so worth it. But if that's your fear, that's gonna fuck you up royal.
Because I don't know, there's something really off-putting and equilibrium shattering about seeing just. I don't get it with buildings. For some reason, I'm like, I'm fine with a building, but like,
interesting.
Something. So you know what set it off for me once was going inside of Notre Dame.
Oh, sure.
The Cathedral of Notre Dame, just like the height of the ceilings and all that. The scale of it when you get inside. And it's the same thing with something. It's like modern buildings, no, but monuments and old buildings. Like Sagrada Familia when I was in Barcelona was like
I want to see
something
that so bad.
Oh, Barcelona is. I mean, Homes. It's an international company, right?
Well, Barcelona actually they have a huge hub in Barcelona.
You should be like, hey, when can I get out to the Barcelona office?
I'm gonna try because because a lot of people they've basically done it that way.
Right.
They've been like, I mean, I just might as well get out there, right?
Might as well get out there. It's a lovely city on the Mediterranean, and it needs my
help.
It needs my eye for people to move to it.
Exactly. Well, that makes sense, though. You know, there's a level of grandioseness to I don't know if that's a word. To
grandeur.
Grandeur. Thank you, Jesus Christ, Kevin. Kevin, it was so easy. It was right there. My wife was making fun of me today because I was trying to quote something, and she was like, "You get so close to the correct quote. You get so close." Jesus. Anyway, the grandeur is there, and the scale of it, and the size. I could see where that could really.
Yeah.
It's like seeing a whale out in the ocean where you're just like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah. I remember being a kid on a whale watching ship, and I was with my brother and my mom. We were off the coast of Maine. It was some sort of science camp thing that my mom wanted for like science educators. Because she was a science teacher, she wanted to go on this trip, and it was me, my brother, and her, and we were on the boat, and it's a foggy day off the coast of Maine. The waves are kind of tossing the boat around. Everybody's sick. I remember two distinct things I remember from that day. I remember being totally fine.
Okay,
and
that's good.
Going up to my mom as she's kind of like leaning over the side of the ship, and she's like, feeling it, and I go, "Hey, can I get a couple dollars to get a hot dog from the the commissary area on the ship?"
Jesus Christ, go away.
And then I remember another guy just leaning over the railing and throwing up, and like the vomit going down, and then where the vomit went down, that's where one of the whales started to like peek its
Oh, poor whale.
And like the whale just kind of like goes, and it's like looking at us.
Oh my God. And they're smart. So it was like, not doing so good, are you, bud?
You're not doing so good, and I'm gigantic.
And I'm
How you doing?
huge. That's got to be weird for you. That's so funny.
Oh,
Yeah, I
whales.
love that shit. I love it. I remember going out off coast to Boston, and I guess it was Martha's Vineyard or some damn thing, and doing the whale watching thing, and like you're seeing them from a distance, like kicking up the surf, and the birds are flying around them and stuff,
Yeah.
and everything. You're like, okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. And then one of them went under the boat, and you're just like, I am an ant. And my life is meaningless. My
Right.
existence on this plane is meaningless. Oh dear God! Like it just the size of it is.
Oh,
is
yeah, it's like-
extraordinary.
It's like I could flip you if you want.
Yeah, would that be fun for you or terrifying? Oh well, never mind. Here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, I have that power. It means nothing to me.
You know what else is existential?
What's that? This evening, he was like in good spirits, and when I went to take him in to put him to sleep, he just passed out.
That's great.
There was no. I usually. It's like timing for me. I'll sing songs to him, and usually by the end, I'll sing 3 songs to him. By the end of the 3rd song, 9 times out of 10, he is asleep, and I can put him down.
What songs do you normally sing to him?
I was telling Emily the other day, I sing. It occurs to me now that I sing the most inappropriate songs to him. I sing like Tom Waits and Warren Zevon and old
Nice.
blues stuff, and yeah. Like
Nice.
I've been singing Carmelita to him, which is a really pretty song until you notice that the chorus ends with "I'm all strung out on heroin," so it's. But we're trying to get him to sleep, so it kind of works.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know,
Just take a
but,
nap. A little.
and he doesn't know any different. But tonight I was halfway through the first song, and I like looked at him and I was like, oh, he's gone. He is absolutely gone. So
He is out.
whew, that's always a blessing. I did do a little bit of research on Final Fantasy II. I watched some playthroughs of it and everything to give us a little more context on it, because I was like, I wonder if this is the same thing that they did with the first one, where he like invents characters for it and
Mhm.
that kind of thing to put them in the world. But no, that actually,
No, yeah. If I recall correctly,
Yeah.
Final Fantasy II had specific
Yeah.
characters.
it was a way more linear kind of narrative.
Yeah. Much
more specific.
Yeah. Much more intricate too.
Yes.
Um,
Absolutely. And so is the gameplay itself. So
Yeah. So let me.
we watched Urban Legend tonight, like that 1998. Not bad, actually. Like for a slasher movie, we had a lot of fun. It was a good movie. But in any case, during one of the commercial breaks, it was another goddamn business that Ryan Reynolds was repping.
Oh, geez.
This one was like Mountain. That was the one that felt a little more, the most ambiguous. It felt kind of like a startup or something.
Yeah.
And I looked at Emily. I said, he's just not as cute anymore, is he? Like, it's just not. He's starting to get on my nerves. In terms of like, you are just everywhere,
you are
and not
constant.
a constant, and it's what a bummer.
Yeah. I mean, I still enjoy Deadpool, but yeah, I also,
Of course, I mean, well, that's where he belongs. Like, that's where I want him.
yeah.
You know,
And like, I got it when it was like, oh, I'm the owner of Mint Mobile, which I don't think he actually is anymore.
he just reps for him.
Now I think he's just a rep for them, because I think T-Mobile is purchased Mint Mobile.
That that makes a lot of sense. We're probably about to head over and get converted over to T-Mobile soon, because the bill will be half what we're paying, and they'll do the old school thing of like paying out our the rest of our contract with AT&T. So fuck,
Mhm.
might as well. Awesome.
It's
Okay.
excellent. Yeah.
Yeah,
And we have another dad. I mean, he's got 2 teenage kids.
I don't think I knew that. That's pretty great.
2 teenage boys.
Oh
And-
man.
Knows a lot about Warhammer.
I've been seeing that. I've been seeing. That's friggin' excellent. That guy rules. So awesome.
It's great.
Awesome.
It's good to get to know people on the Discord,
Oh, absolutely.
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 Positively.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
what was I gonna? I didn't take notes again. I was.
I don't know if you. It's
I
fine.
probably could have, but
It's fine.
it's fine.
It's not. This is not one of our. We're not going to reach out to the author for an interview on this one. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Takeshi Umemura, I don't think we're going to reach out to you, sir.
probably not.
And the only way
probably not.
he would hear that is if he was on the $5 tier and had access to the pre-show.
Takashi, where are you, man?
Yeah, Takashi.
Where are you?
There we go.
You would know. You would have known by now if you had joined us, but you didn't. You're missing out. You're not listening to this. Fuck
Yep.
you. No, sorry. I don't mean that. I don't mean that. I don't want to. I don't want to antagonize you immediately. I'll do it later.
Do it later. Do it
Yeah.
later.
Save it. Save it. Savor it.
Savor it.
Yeah.
Enjoy
just
it.
Really enjoy it. Exactly.
Suck
That's
it
how you gotta
down.
do it. Suck- always goes down smooth.
Always smooth. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to put on some comfy pants.
Oh, good thinking. Good thinking.
Good
Knock
for
yourself
yeah.
out.
Not
Mhm.
the gays can do whatever they want.
Yes,
And
sir.
damn right they can.
Yeah, I'm right.
See me just standing there at the door with my dog trying to like make him decide whether he wanted to be in the office or out of the office.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Just like, in or out. You have to choose.
He just
That's
stood at
normally
the door
that's
looking
normally
at
the
me and
pleasure
I
of a
said,
cat owner.
yeah. I said in or out. And he like looked at me and he walked backwards. And then I was closing the door. He started walking back towards the door again. You're like, no,
Nope. Damn it. Freaking animals.
our dang familiars.
I know. That's really what they are, ultimately.
I feel like they need to have like in fantasy, they need to play around more with the that kind of nature of familiars, just like an extended scene of a witch just like standing at the door of her chicken-legged hut, just
In or out.
like with her flying cat or something, just like in or out.
Yeah. And it's named Beelzebub or something. In or out, Beelzebub. Bees. In or out.
In
God
or out.
Damn it. God
Closes the
damn
door and then scratch.
Scratch. Yep. Simple as that.
Oh God, I'd love it.
I would
Love
too.
it.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, you know what else is amazing?
What's that?
What's that song he sings? Is it during Shrek?
Oh, I like my town with a little drop of poison.
Oh yes,
my town with the little drop of poison.
Oh
I
God,
love that fucking song.
it's actually, you know, it reminds me of. Has Tom Waits ever done St. James Infirmary?
I don't know. I don't know that song.
Oh, St. James Infirmary is a great song. It's this real downbeat New Orleans jazz song. St. James Infirmary. Was it who? Oh, yeah, so Cab Calloway did one. Oh, Louis Armstrong's the
Ooh.
one that I love, though.
Ooh, I love
Yeah,
Cab Calloway.
Let me. We're just, you know, I'm in a sharing mood, so I'm just gonna share.
I'm into it. That sounds great.
Sure. Okay.
Yes.
And here's Lou.
Oh, okay.
You
I
know
know
this song, right?
Yeah. Blues Brothers.
And then when Louis comes in with the vocals, just listen to that. And you'll be like, why hasn't Tom Waits sang this?
Seriously. right into my shit.
Here it is. Love this part.
I went down to St. James Infirmary. Saw my baby there.
Oh, this is nasty. I love
She
it.
was stretched out on a long white table. So cold, so sweet, so fair.
There's no way Tom Waits hasn't covered
Let her
this.
go, let her go. God bless her. Wherever she may be, she can look this wide world over, but she'll never find a sweet man like me. Bragging. When I die, bury me in straight lace shoes. I want a box bag coat and a Stetson hat. John B. that is. Put a $20 gold piece on my watch chain, so the boys will know that I died standing back.
It's
How the? I just Googled it. He has, there's no sign
It's-
of him covering that.
and it's one of my favorite like bummer jazz songs of all
That's
time.
amazing.
And
You've given me a gift. I am that is fucking
He's
incredible.
talking about how his girl died, his baby died. You know, she's stretched out on that table, looking beautiful, but she's
Fucking-
dead. And
Oh my
when I
God, that's
die,
good shit.
I want you boys to put me in a nice suit and put a nice watch on my chain to know, so that everybody knows I died standing pat. That I was I wasn't broke.
I wasn't broke. Yeah. I fucking love that. Oh, that's gorgeous. I
Yeah.
fucking love that. Yeah, that's nightmare jazz. That's beautiful. There's this band that keeps popping up on TikTok for me that call themselves nightmare jazz, and it's that kind of thing. They're called Soviet Shiksa. And my days of wanting to be in a band are gone behind me. I am done with those days. But
Right.
that made me go, I need a saxophonist, and I need a whole brass section. We need to fucking like, this is amazing. I just love that.
I mean, that
shit.
was so let's see. That was I'm saying it would have been a trumpet. So Louis on the trumpet, a
Yeah.
trombone, muted trombone, and there wasn't a sax, but there was a clarinet.
yes,
in
there was a
there.
clarinet in there.
Yeah,
Fucking nasty.
and just a little bass,
Oh,
and not even much on percussions, just a little.
yeah, just a little hi-hat. It's
Yeah.
just holy shit. But that's it. That's what that kind of makes me think of in a way.
Yeah.
Like it's not as bleak. But
But
I love
feel like,
that.
I feel like Tom Waits had to have been inspired
Oh,
by
yeah.
Louis Armstrong. Like specifically, his vocals are like a little bit
Oh.
Louis. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, the man loved Louis. You can tell.
Yeah.
Tell. No, that's fucking nasty. I love it. No, that's that kind of shit is exactly what I like. There's
There's
that's
a
the
Reddit
depressing
post.
kind of bummer
There's a
music I
Reddit
love.
post. What's everybody's favorite rendition of St. James Infirmary Blues? And it's just people listing off everybody's their favorites, and like obviously Lou Rawls did a version, Cab Calloway.
Of course Lou Rawls did a version.
Bob
damn.
Dylan's Blind Willie McTell is a song inspired by St. James Infirmary.
Okay.
A lot of people saying Louis. I never met a St. James Infirmary I didn't like.
Good answer. Good answer.
Yeah, play most often are Cab Callaways and Billy Lee Riley's.
Billy Lee Riley. All right.
Yeah.
Now that's some cool shit. I love that. That's amazing.
Yeah, I mean it's totally worth. Is St. James Infirmary a real place? No, that is not the one it's not the one from 1532, guys. That's not the
1532. No, guys, I think we can simplify here a little bit. Jesus Christ. That's the internet for you, though.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, I can find a poem that was written by the ancient Egyptians that this clearly inspired. It's like, no, dude, please.
All right, here, the Wikipedia page is a blues and jazz standard. Louis Armstrong's version is the one that really made it pop. Yeah, it was. All right. Originated as a folk song, as a lot of things do.
Sure. Yeah. Standard.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff in terms of how it got to be where it was.
Yeah.
Gambler's Blues. Yeah, the B-type versions, including Warren Baxter's Gambler's Blues, begin and end with a framing backstory in which a narrator encounters a patron in Joe's barroom. Okay, there's two versions of the song. There's version A and version B, and they have different like framing devices, basically.
Okay.
So it's so fascinating when you go back into those old ass songs that were also based on older ass shit, you know?
Yeah, I love that stuff. Like the old folk songs, and you can just keep going backwards and backwards and backwards. And it was a sea shanty 100 years ago. And it was, I love that shit. That's so cool. That shit is excellent.
Yeah. So the boys will know that I died standing by. Many versions include additional funeral instructions.
Of course they do.
16 coal black horses, all hitched to a rubber-tired hack. Carried 7 girls to the graveyard, only 6 of them coming back. 6 crap shooters as pallbearers. Let a chorus girl sing me a song with a jazz band on my hearse to raise hell as we go along.
So good.
Oh God. You know what else is so good? Yeah, baby.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So finally got access to some of those things. Did you see the stuff today? The news with Jack Smith?
No.
He got he had his 180 page evidence document about Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the elections were released.
Oh shit.
It's basically the 180 page document. He's like, well, I'm releasing this to show that these were not official acts. And he submitted it to the judge, and the judge is like, yep, go for it. So as of today, it was dropped, and like the news organizations are kind of like combing through it and figuring out what is going on with it. But like there are like bombshells. So
what a shock.
Seth Abramson was he was working on unredacting it. So it has a bunch of redacted names in it.
Yeah.
So he's already gotten almost all of them done. So the
awesome.
6 Trump co-conspirators who were redacted originally were ended up he got the names out there. CC1, Rudy Giuliani. CC2, John Eastman. CC3, Sidney Powell. CC4, Jeffrey Clark. CC5, Kenneth Cheeseborough. And CC6, Boris Efstin. I don't know how to. But then there's also like, people. All the people you expect are in this document. They were just redacted. So you got your Bannons, you got your Mark Meadows, Mike Pence, and his lawyers, et cetera, et cetera.
It's a wild world where I kind of like find myself sympathizing with Mike Pence. It's like, well, you were just like any other Republican. You didn't know what you were fucking getting into.
And that was like the line basically to end the debate last night, with Tim Walz going like, do you know, like, did Donald Trump lose the election?
Did he lose the election? He couldn't even say it.
Well, I'm looking to the forward. I'm looking forward to the future.
And they tried to turn it around. Well, did Kamala da-da-da? It's like, hey, motherfucker.
And then Tim just turns to the camera. He basically Jim from The Offices to the camera and says, well, that's a pretty damning non-answer.
Yeah. And it is because he can't win. He can't win in that situation. Whatever Vance believes,
like,
he can't win in that situation.
And the other line was, there's a reason why you're the vice president you're the candidate that's standing up here right now and not Mike Pence,
Yeah. Because he seemed okay with him getting killed. So that's
there are suggestions that Trump wanted to start a riot at some point in Michigan, according to the document. It's wild.
Just this is what a fucking ridiculous time it is to be alive.
But here's the thing, this is the kind of document that, I don't know, maybe I'm just hopium but this is the kind of thing that the news talks about for a while, they love,
and that's what we need.
They love a document.
And honestly, the thing about last night that had me worried was it was a civil bit of discourse.
Yeah, too civil. Tim needed to be meaner to JD Vance.
I don't know if he's got that in him. But yeah, that's the thing. I read with some commentators were like, yeah, JD Vance is a very talented speaker. He made the unhinged shit of Trump seem kind of reasonable at times.
Sure.
And I mean, the vice presidential debate has never moved the needle, but at the same time, I was like, oh, great. That's all we need. That's all. But then, so this is the kind of thing people will be talking about for a while. You're right.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, it is kind of like the other version of Comey with Hillary in a way.
Right.
It's like, oh, the timing seems kind of perfect. Right.
Yeah. And that Comey thing was a fucking nothing, but it was totally enough to sink the ship, ultimately. It wasn't, I'm not going to give it that much credit, but you know what I mean? It was just one more fucking thing. I don't want to take credit away from Hillary in her own ability to sink her own goddamn ship.
Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Yeah, absolutely. We don't want to, let's not be those people.
Let's not be those people.
No, let's not.
Yeah.
God.
But yeah,
Metaphor.
so fucking there are it's 165 pages of like testimony and evidence, chock full of evidence. It's like the summary of everything that he has.
There's not a lot of speculation. It's like, this is what fucking
it's like
happened.
This is what we have. This is what's in what we know. And and this is what we know, in that it was done not as an official act as the president. Like that's the point of this document. And it's like, this is not an official presidential act, right?
Right.
You can't say that this is. So basically,
it's
he's
kind of
saying,
meant to undercut the immunity thing.
that's the reason. So because what happened was the January 6th charges against Trump were thrown out because of the immunity ruling.
Right.
So Judge Chutkan had to basically pseudo dismiss the case, right? And then so Jack Smith is able to get him charged again, which is like something that kind of just came and went during the summer, that the grand jury re-indicted him on the same charges that were dismissed, and basically to demonstrate that this is above board based on the Supreme Court's ruling. It's now published for all to see that, like, here it is. And the judge was like, no, yeah, you can release it. And it's up to the judge ultimately I think she already agreed, like, yeah, this satisfies the ruling for.
Well, fuck. It just gets more and more interesting, doesn't it?
Because the Supreme Court in their ruling left it to the lower courts to decide when when the demonstration of evidence satisfies that it was not an official act.
Okay.
So it's not like the Supreme Court has to weigh in on it again because of the way the ruling was carved out. It's like it's Judge Chutkan who makes that call, whether this satisfies it.
Man, look, it's like if he can actually face some consequences for this, some actual
consequences,
I might go back to believing in the system on some level. I doubt that. Probably not, but you know what I mean. Like, it's just
that's the thing is, like, I had this feeling that it's going to be. I have a sinking feeling that we're going to get in 2026, by 2026, and I might retch when I say it, that we'll have President J.D. Vance.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I have this feeling that, like, by then, you know, Trump is either going to be arrested or he's going to be in Minecraft, and
right.
And we're going to have fucking okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Good. Okay. Good. Mr. Okay. Good as the fucking president of the United States.
Yeah.
And goddamn, he would not be able to have the charisma. Like, I can't imagine. Like, that would be. I feel like 40-year-old fucking JD Vance ascending to the presidency off of the back of a shitty book about Appalachia.
Yep.
Would be really the most American thing.
It would be, and it would probably, honestly, and this is me being an optimist, but it would probably fuck him over in the grand scheme, because no one likes him. Nobody likes him.
He would not win he could not. I bet
he couldn't win on his own.
He couldn't win on his own. He's the kind of guy. If all this, like, if we're going down that route, if we're continuing down this hypothetical future in my head,
yeah,
he would be primaried.
Yeah. Pretty quick.
Primaried out of the presidency.
Oh, yeah. Not even close. Not even close.
Like,
no.
The state that he is the fucking senator for hates him. They don't even like him in Ohio.
Smarter politicians, better politicians, not good, not more moral politicians, but better politicians have tried and failed. Fucking, you know, if our man in Florida can't fucking do it, that guy's pure evil, and it looked like he was actually going to do it.
Goddamn, he is just pure, unhinged. He's like uncut, pure evil.
Yeah,
pure satanic evil. Just like hell powder, you know, pure uncut hell powder. Just like. It's like cocaine from hell, but it's just evil.
Just evil.
And that's what Ron DeSantis That's what he takes every night.
Yeah,
He
pure
doesn't-
evil.
He doesn't snort it. No,
No,
he shoots it up.
he probably absorbs it through his urethra.
He absorbs it through his urethra and through that's what the lifts in his shoes actually are.
They like inject it into him.
It's injected into his heel.
Yeah.
So every time he takes a step, there's a needle that goes up into his heel and injects him with pure evil.
Just so he is constantly getting a nice pipeline directly into his veins of evil.
Yeah.
That really is the best way for him to go about it, if we're being honest.
It is the best way to go about it. You know what else is the best way to go about it?
What's that? God, this kid, he's getting his second set of incisors in.
Oh God.
He's just like, and it's just the thing. He was like really grouchy for a few days there and wasn't sleeping through the night. And then one day while we were playing and he was having fun, he just like had this big smile and threw his head back and laughed. And I went, "Oh shit, they're right there."
There they are.
They had cut through, like right. And I was
Yeah.
like, "That no wonder you've been in such a bad fucking mood." Like,
Yeah.
and then I saw like a couple other ones on the bottom, like starting to push. So like, all right,
Yeah.
we're giving him tonight before he goes to bed. We're going to give him some Tylenol or something.
Some little baby Tylenol, and
and it worked.
Yeah.
It worked. They slept
Right
through the
on
night.
out.
Yeah, that's all we needed.
Beautiful. That's all the confirmation you needed for
All I
that
needed.
little kid to feel
Yeah,
less pain.
I know.
Like I just imagine like teeth cutting through gums.
It's so barbaric when you think about it.
It's got to feel like shit, you know?
Yes, it's because there aren't pockets in your gums that were fitted there for the teeth to slide into. No,
Right.
The teeth literally have to cut through the gums. And it's like, that's something that a person of any age would fucking hate. And so these kids who just don't know what anything is have to deal with it. It's just so unfair.
I know that they are. I remember seeing that they're testing like medication to regrow teeth or whatever. So
Interesting.
Well, that's the wild thing is like you'll have like cancerous tumors or whatever that'll just
Right.
have like fucking teeth in it.
Yeah.
And it's like teeth want to grow.
They do. Yeah, it's true. So we should be able to put this together.
We should be able to
But-
figure out how to make teeth grow in the mouth and not in like
A
I
tumor.
don't know
Or a
somebody's
cyst.
somebody's colon and be like
Yeah,
I got
exactly.
teeth in my colon.
For fun or no?
Fun?
They just
No, I didn't.
they're just there.
Got a bag
Oh.
of teeth, jammed them right up in there. It was,
That's it. Oh, okay.
was just having a little bit of fun, and it got out of hand.
Just got to get hurt a little. Now I'm getting used to it. It's fine. Like,
How
oh,
was
okay, cool.
how was your stuff last week? Your birthday, your
yeah, it was-
travels,
oh. It was great. I went to Columbus, Ohio for a few days, and
home of the Blue Jackets.
yeah, that was fun. Because it was the day after an OSU game. So like, one of the neighborhoods I'm writing about is like a very big student housing neighborhood, and it was just like cans and stuff everywhere. And one of the realtors told me, I said, yeah, I went in there and there was just like detritus everywhere. And he goes, yeah, cans. And I went, yeah, I guess most of them were cans now I think of it. And he goes, no, they're cans. And I said, I feel like there's something you're not telling me here. And he said, there's a thing that the students all kind of agree to not recycle, and they throw their cans out in their yards and stuff. And the homeless folks come by and collect all the cans and sell them to the recycling place for money. And he's like, it's just kind of this symbiotic thing that has
Sure.
happened in recent years. And I'm like, I don't know if that's nice or horrifying. Like, it's a little
Well,
both.
it's a little bit of both because there are ways to do that without just throwing your cans out into the
Right.
yard. Like
Right.
there's organized ways to do that. It is like the peak of laziness to
Yeah.
just like Oh yeah, just throw it out in the. It's like there's two ways to think about it, right? There's like,
Yeah.
oh well, we put our cans outside for the homeless to collect, and then they take them, get recycled, and get some money out of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Or it was like, nah, we don't need to fucking do anything. We just throw them out, and those dumb homeless go and pick them up and get them recycled. And I feel like it's the latter, knowing
I think that's
like enough of like this is Ohio State, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
OSU, yeah.
Well, it's a big, it's one of those schools. It's like Penn State, Ohio State.
Yeah.
Most of the dudes that are doing that kind of thing are like,
Yeah, pretty much. And then that's the thing. And that's what made me think, it's like, well, that might be the only way to get them to do something like that. If you're like, hey, no, just throw them out in the yard, dude. It's fine. Oh, cool. It's like, all right, we got to kind of trick them into doing the right thing. It sucks, but it's like, that might be the most effective way to go about it.
Yeah. Still. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I assume you're going to have an interesting write-up of that neighborhood.
Very interesting. The whole thing was really interesting, and I must have done a good job. Done a good job because I today was my first day back, and they said, and I got taken aside by my boss. She was like, "I know you just got back, but would you be willing to do another trip for us?" And I was like, "Are you serious?" And she goes, "We just really impressive at how fast you make these things happen," and and like it was all good.
Yeah.
But I'm going to Youngstown, Ohio, in December, which is going to be less
Ohio.
Fun.
Yeah.
Less
fun.
Murder city. So that's going to be delightful. But yeah, it's an interesting job I've got. But yeah, and then I came home around dinner time on Tuesday, and Wednesday morning we climbed in the car and drove to Virginia Beach. And spent the rest of the week in Virginia Beach, and we went to the aquarium, and it was real blustery and chilly and nice, and ate some good food, and went to the art museum. Went to this place. It was like the Atlantic Waterfowl Museum, which is just this old cottage on the water that it's just the history of local carved duck decoys. And I was just like, I love this so much.
This is peak Phil right here.
It was wonderful. And it was, you could tell it was the disappointing thing was like, you could tell that the at some point they were like, our souvenirs need to be more interesting, fun stuff for people and that kind of thing. And I was like, no, I want the stupid shitty mug with Atlantic Waterfowl Museum on it. I want that.
Yeah.
And so it's like craft jewelry and shit like that. So
right. So Youngstown is not too far from Pittsburgh.
Yeah. When I lived in Pittsburgh, my fiance at the time used to work at a bridal boutique there.
Oh, okay.
So I think she'd drive like an hour in.
Got it. Yeah. So speaking of Virginia Beach, we just saw the Pharrell documentary.
Oh yeah.
Lego documentary.
How was that? That seemed interesting.
It's interesting because you're like, when you're seeing it, we're like, oh, okay, it's a Lego movie about Pharrell, and it's going to be more Lego movie than like, no, it's a documentary about Pharrell.
That's the impression I got.
Recreated in Lego. And I was like, all these are all interviews that they use to put together a fucking Lego movie. I'm like, this is wild.
Nothing like this has ever been done before. It's so weird.
At the beginning, Pharrell is like, yeah, I think actually this documentary should be all put together in Lego. And the interviewer is like, yeah, okay. And he's like, no, I'm serious.
That is freaking wild.
But yeah, it's got all and so he talks about growing up in Virginia Beach and how, we always love the water and,
oh, I didn't know that's where he's from. That's fun.
Yeah, he's from Virginia Beach, and he grew up with Pusha T and Missy Elliott. They all went to the same high school in Virginia Beach, and it was fascinating. And he's a big fan of Virginia Beach.
That's funny. I didn't know that. And it's funny when you go there. I'd never really been there before. It's like one of those places you're like, oh, this is the most populous city in Virginia. It's got all of this shit to its name, and you're like, oh, I didn't really know that.
Yeah.
It's a huge city.
Yeah. It's big. I mean, it's because there's like two cities next to each other.
Yeah, it's like Norfolk and
Norfolk.
Norfolk. That was the joke we grew up saying. The Norfolk cheerleader chant: "We don't drink, we don't smoke." Norfolk, Norfolk, Norfolk. Because we did actually, when I was a little kid, my dad was stationed in Norfolk for like 6 months or something crazy like that. So
Right.
I have been there, but I haven't.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
is
it's
a huge metropolitan area then.
It's enormous.
It's because you got Newport News,
Yep.
Norfolk, Chesapeake, and Virginia Beach.
Yeah, it's huge. It's absolutely huge. We had a really good time. It was nice. Had some, we did my favorite thing on the beach is when you go to a beach and you find the nearest shitty local greasy spoon diner and have breakfast there. That's always my favorite. And we found a really good one called, it was like Pocahontas something or other.
Yeah. Did you see the King
outside.
Neptune statue?
Yeah. I got a picture taken in front of it. It was right down the strip from us. So we were right on the water.
It's referenced a lot in Piece by Piece.
Oh, that's okay. All right. I
Yeah.
have to tell my wife about that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like just a lot of scenes in Lego Virginia Beach where you see like Lego King Neptune statue in the
That's
background.
so funny that we were there while you and your family were watching that thing. That's so weird. That is so weird.
Love it.
Oh, I
right.
love it too. That's cool.
I'm gonna hit the bathroom one more time before
Yeah,
we get
do
started,
it.
and then we'll get going.
I know. And
you know what?
Graham
10 years from now, you'll be rolling into this part, and Camilla
Let me
will
tell
be,
you what the fuck happened.
and for me, Camilla will
Yeah.
be 21, and
Oh yeah.
most of my work is done at that point.
Yeah. You're pretty good. You're sitting pretty at that point. She's not even in the house.
I'll be rolling into my 50s with
An empty house, and
With the-
probably, let's face it, a new computer setup.
yeah with the rolling into my 50s with the empty nest.
Oh hell yeah! My son isn't even 1 year old, and I'm really looking forward to Empty Nest. That's gonna be fun.
Already looking forward to we can get on. Do we have that thing from Click where the just fast forwarded time?
We can get on with it. He's got a lot of emotions. He feels a lot of things. And
There's going to be more, and you need to watch Inside Out. Have you seen Inside Out?
Not all of it, but I watched. Emily and I watched. She loves this YouTube channel. It's a popular one where it's a filmmaker and his best friend who's a therapist, and they watch movies together and they analyze it from the point of view of a psychiatrist.
Sure.
And it's very lovely, and they're just very sweet guys who wear their hearts on their sleeves. There's no bullshit. There's a lot of open weeping and just like the stuff that I go for. And we Emily was watching an episode of it, and I wasn't there for the whole thing, and it was of Inside Out, and she'd seen the whole movie. I'd never seen it before, and it got to the part at the end where the little girl is talking about her fear of moving and having to start over and everything. And I just sat there and I listened, and I looked at Emily and I said, yeah, I feel that. I grew up, and you'd think that you'd get used to it after a certain point, but we moved every year, every 2 years, and starting over. And that's really hard for a kid, and I don't regret it. And I don't look back on it in negative ways, but it was hard. And then suddenly I'm sobbing. So it just, and Emily's told me before, she's like, whenever you cry, it's not like I don't see your eyes start to well up and the tears start to roll. It's like you're throwing up suddenly out of nowhere. And it's true, because that's how I cry. I'm just like, God, it was really hard. like it's that kind of.
I remember seeing this firsthand at the wedding.
Oh yeah,
Like
yes you did. Yes
like
you did.
we're standing there up there. I'm standing next to you, and I'm like, Emily's about to be revealed, and you're like stone faced, and then all of a sudden I see.
Yeah, that's how I cry. And so I have not. So no, the short answer is no, I have not seen it. But I've seen the part that would wreck my ass. Naturally,
There's more than one that will wreck your ass.
I bet.
That's I know that part hits close to home, just specifically about your childhood.
Sure.
But there's a few parts that will just ultimately destroy you.
That's good to know. That's good to know.
Yeah. Bing Bong, specifically.
I've heard about that. I've heard about that.
Voiced by Richard Kind.
What a lovely, lovely man.
Yeah. He's great as Bing Bong, and it's a tremendous scene that you just have no there's no backtracking from it either. The way it plays out, like once it's done, and you're like
they don't like try.
They
to
don't like
it and,
pussyfoot around it or try to like retcon it or anything.
Good for them.
It's so yeah, and Inside Out 2 also had things that were very weepy. The only thing I'll say about Inside Out 2 is that it's clearly that Riley, the girl, is gay, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember them saying like Disney apparently like took some of the queer out of it as they were doing the storyboarding and like all that stuff.
Right.
What's funny though is like you can still watch it and be like, oh, she's gay. Right. Anybody with half a brain cell can look at it and go, oh, sure, I know what's happening. This is a gay kid.
At least there's that, you know.
You could still but it was more on the face of it about her being gay rather than like, it's a part of the it was text and they made it subtext.
Right. Not Disney's gonna try, but they're not ready for that. They're
not ready for that.
The people on the ground level are gonna try and push that through.
Yeah,
eventually they will succeed.
The writers at Pixar, the writers and all that stuff, and the story group at Pixar is like, hey, can we do this? And like their boss will be like, yeah, sure, let's give it a shot. And then that person's boss will be like,
yeah, that's exactly it. Was Seeing Red a Disney movie, or was that DreamWorks?
No, that was Disney, I believe.
That one went pretty deep into like the female experience, like
yes,
and it was still subtext, but it was slap you in the face subtext.
Slap you in the face and be like, hey, this is about your period.
Right. I was just like, I saw the trailer and I was like, oh, this is about a girl getting her period. Like,
I just love it. Like, I was like, we need more movies about this stuff,
right,
like this.
Right.
Turning Red. Yeah, Turning Red.
Turning Red.
Yeah,
That's what it is. That's what it is. Well, it's like we've been having a laugh lately about how pad commercials, menstrual pad commercials, have started using like red liquid now.
Yeah.
They're not doing the blue liquid thing.
They used to do blue liquid. Yeah.
And the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, that's hilarious. What the fuck are you people doing? And then I went, that's what needs to happen. That's we need
normalize
to we need to get over it and stop being a bunch of goddamn babies and
stop being babies.
Stop being babies about it and just and accept that this is a thing that happens and
stop being babies and you gotta pour. You don't need the blue Gatorade in a period commercial. You need the Kool-Aid. You need Kool-Aid Man
red
tipping over and a pad absorbing all of Kool-Aid Man's innards.
Yeah. You remember that scene from The Shining where it all comes pouring out of the elevator?
This is what I approve.
That's what we're talking
need
about.
to normalize talking about menstruation and not shying away from it. As two men, notably like I wouldn't say we're not on the effeminate spectrum.
No.
But I would say, as two men, we support this, and more power to you. And
Absolutely.
You know what else is more power to you?
What's that? Yeah. He really enjoyed it. Oh my God. We found out he will eat like cooked carrots like it's his fucking job.
Oh, that's nice.
He just devours them to the point where we were clean. Emily was cleaning his, I'm not going to claim ownership over this. Emily did this.
Yeah.
She was cleaning his diaper and she was like, there was just a whole carrot there. Like it was just a whole goddamn carrot because he inhales his food. He does not chew his food.
There is I remember being at the comic book store in Scranton. I was picking up my weekly batch of comics, and I remember there's this one guy, one of the proprietors of the store he was like, 5'6", 90 pounds, one of those guys with like, covered in acne, greasy hair. He has like a black, horn rim glasses. Like he's just talking about like, they're having their conversation about comics or whatever.
Sure.
And he's like, yeah, I had a BLT for lunch this morning. And then when I took a shit this afternoon and wiped, there was like half a tomato in my.
Oh my God.
And I was like, I'm sitting there and I'm flipping through and I'm like, oh,
sir, we've all done some pretty disgusting and reprehensible things in our time, but you don't have to tell everybody about it. Like some things you can just keep to yourself.
Just never remember that, like the hand gesture he made where he's like, there's, he goes like, he's trying to tell the other guy, he's like, there's like half a tomato, and he like holds up his like empty hand as if to show the guy
the phantom tomato in the moment.
The phantom tomato in his hand.
Oh God.
Oh God.
There have been times in my life where I have thought to myself, maybe I need to cool off. I need to take a step back, reassess. And I was usually right when I had that thought.
I changed comic book stores not long after that.
I don't blame you. You spend your Wednesday somewhere else. You'll be a happier, saner human being.
I honestly, there is rituals that I miss to this day. Two of them in particular. And one was Wednesday, comic book day.
Yeah,
I miss comic book day.
I miss comic book day.
I know people still do it and go there.
Yeah. It's
just like I don't have a comic book store like close by for it to make the trip worth it. And B, I'm busy on Wednesdays now.
I don't have the space for it, frankly.
Also, I don't have the space. My parents ask me maybe every quarter, what do you want us to do with all of your comic books? And I'm like, just and I just hang up. Just panic. I panic and then hang up.
And I unplug the phone system and it's like they don't call back. And
don't call back.
Fucking again.
Yeah.
No, I went to a comic book store. I was in Columbus, Ohio on business recently, which is the most adult thing I've ever said out loud.
Yeah.
And
on business.
And I had finished the book that I brought up to read. And I was like, you know what would be nice? Just a nice trade. Just get myself a nice thick trade paperback for the, cause I also do not do the Wednesday ritual anymore. I just don't have the time or the space or the energy, frankly, for it. But I'll pick up a trade, and check it out and see what the kids are reading. And I went in there and it was just a couple of gals in there running the place. And I said, I'm going to ask your advice here. Cause I found the Shinji Ito.
Sure.
And I was like, okay, there are a few of these I don't have. I could enjoy that and really upset, whoever's sitting next to me on the plane. I'm not, above that. That sounds fine. But what if I'm missing something? So I said, I could do this. I'm a horror guy. I would like some horror.
Sure.
What's good right now? Is there something that people are reading right now? And they were thrilled. Like they were thrilled to be like, okay, so here's some stuff. And they recommended this one called the house, Nice House on the Lake or something like that. And it's fucking great. Have you heard of this?
No.
It's this story of this group of people who all have one guy in common who's like they're the central best friend of their lives.
Sure.
And he invites them all up for this. He's got this beautiful, like grandiose house with land on a big lake. And he invites them all up for it. And when they get there, not long after they get there, they realize he is a interstellar being who is part of a race that ends worlds. And he has spent like, at that point, 40 years of his life on the planet and has really grown to enjoy these people and like them. So he has created this paradise place where everything they need will be provided for them and all that shit. But, but everyone else, literally everyone else on the planet is dead. And it's just a wasteland outside of it.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so it deals with how do people react to all of this. And one of them, you don't think about certain things. It was fascinating. There's basically what he does is they call it like Alien Amazon, because he left them a notebook and you just write something that you need, anything you need, and the next day it will be just sitting outside on the front stoop waiting for you. And and so you can get any ridiculous, and this one guy who's like stuck into Arrested Development, like gets like, Action Comics #1 and like all
right.
like, just gets all this opulent shit. And this one woman keeps writing my husband, because he did not get an invite to the lake house. So he's dead. And it's just like, and it's just so well done. It's, and then she tries to kill herself.
Mm-hmm.
But the part of that paradise thing is you can't, you're not dead. You won't die.
You will live forever. Everybody else on the planet's dead, though. You're stuck here.
So I only read the first trade of it, but it's like everyone's like starting to like really break down. In this, it's fascinating. It's like a way better version of like The Walking Dead in terms of like the themes and everything that. So I highly recommend it to anyone.
I'm definitely gonna check that out, because
at least check out the first one. I'm thinking about getting the second one.
Because and that's such a cool cover.
The artwork is excellent
of the woman in the water, and like there's the floating skeletons or something. And it's so it's DC Black Label.
Their adult division.
They're horror comics.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Which I think, So I think it's really worth it. I think you'll enjoy it.
Which I think it makes sense for the comic companies to. I mean, they always had those like non-cape, non-superhero comics.
Sure,
it makes sense for them to do it more now, just because I believe there's probably superhero fatigue even in the comics sector.
Big time.
And it's like, okay, we'll do some, we got these horror books, we got this, we got that. Basically turning comics back to its roots, where like, superheroes used to just be one small part of it, but horror stuff was always huge.
Those old, Crypt Keeper comics and shit like that. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, they were always a big deal in comics back in the day. In fact, I think it was horror comics that caused the creation of the Comics Code Authority.
That is absolutely the truth. And it's like everyone knows about the weird questions about like the sexuality of Batman and Robin and like all the ludicrous shit that came up, but none of that happens. They don't get to speculate on that shit without first saying, okay, the creep show and all that stuff has got to go. We can't fucking deal with this.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, because it was really good.
And I got to tell you, horror in comic book form is it's a really good spot for like horror is perfect for that kind of thing. That's why Junji Ito and all that stuff works so well, because it's one thing to just describe the horror, and you have to have a particular way with words when you're writing it in prose and all that. It's another to be able to have an artist render your terrifying vision in pencil and ink. It's like
there's also an element of, and this is a personal thing. It's kind of a corruption in the sense that comic books were always kind of a safe place for me as a kid. They even in the 90s when Image came around and started doing the badass comics and stuff like that.
Image is like, we're number 3.
Right, yeah. Woo! And I was reading Dark Horse comics, and those were the real fucked up ones. But nowadays, all of the comic, the main comic audience are adults.
Right.
And so the Marvel movies and TV shows and stuff like that are skewing far more adult in a way. And I think I told you this before when me and Emily, like a year or two ago, watched the latest Doctor Strange.
Sure.
The one where they treat Scarlet Witch like a fucking zombie queen or something like a horror movie. And there were moments in that disturbed me to my core.
Yeah, the spaghettification of Mr. Fantastic.
Yes. Oh God, yeah, that and just like
Black Bolt's head exploding.
That one, I had intrusive thoughts about Black Bolt for like a month. I remember sitting there at work thinking to myself, when am I going to stop thinking about this? It really upset me.
His
and
voice
I think it's
bounced back and blew his brains.
And it's like, and that's a PG-13 rated movie.
Oh, yeah. Sam Raimi knows how to get away with that shit. He's apparently, I think he's supposed to come back and direct another thing for Marvel because it's
God. And Graham wasn't even in the picture at that point. I still had no kids and everything. And honest to God, it was the closest I've ever had to a clutching my pearls kind of thing where I was like, you can't have a kid watch that. What the fuck? Like, I was genuinely pissed off.
Yeah.
I'd put that away, but it's funny how that happens.
That is doing that is a more last 20 years, I'd say, of like Scarlet Witch stuff. Like they really started
hard.
In the last 20 years or so. They've really explored more into the fact that, Scarlet Witch can kind of really just fuck everything up when she is like probably one of the most dangerous living beings.
Without question. And they just kind of ran with that one. They're just like, yeah, let's see how scary we can make this. Pretty scary. Pretty scary.
Yeah, there was one series. It's called The House of M, where she says at the end, "No more mutants," and that was an actually really fucked up. I remember because it was an Avengers series that led into it, and it was everybody was getting killed in these final. I remember it was like Hawkeye gets killed. He's saving somebody else, all that, and Scarlet Witch is like, no more mutants, and she remakes the entire world, in her image. To undo the effects of whatever was happening. And then, that's, oh God. Yeah. I do love when they get weird like that. But it's also hard to keep up with sometimes. But as you were saying, trending more adult, I was going to say Agatha All Along, which I haven't seen yet. Apparently,
I've heard good things.
Yeah, I've heard good things. And is more like, it's the first time you got nudity in a Marvel thing or something like that.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's interesting.
And Aubrey Plaza is in it as Death.
Well, and she just naturally amps up the horniness factor no matter what she's doing. So
she is. And if for those of you who don't know, Death in the Marvel universe, people simp for her so hard that she is the reason why Thanos tries to kill half the universe in the comics. Is to try to get Death's attention because people are in love with her. Two characters in particular are in love with her: Thanos and Deadpool.
Guess which one gets his wish.
At one point, Death curses Deadpool so that he can't die no matter how much is done to him.
So uncool.
Because I think he keeps like trying to get to her by dying. And she's like, no more. No.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've heard good things. And the ensemble seems really good in that too.
Yeah. Catherine Hahn, Aubrey Plaza,
Patti LuPone.
Yeah, you got a real witchy crew there.
Oh, big time. The only way you could amp up the witch factors if they cast Stevie Nicks. Like that's about as far as they could have gone.
Yeah. And you know who else cast Stevie Nicks?
Who's that? Because I started at 7:30, and but I will never bitch and moan about that because Emily has stayed up like literally all night with him in the past. So
oh yeah, no, that's
not going to be that guy.
Do not be that guy.
No interest. He was being sweet. He had a real sweet weekend, and he's just been coming out of his shell. Emily took him to the library today.
Oh yeah,
and he made his first friend.
Aww.
Something I never even thought about, like outside of Camilla, of course. Well, he met this 15-month-old kid who could talk a little bit and walk around, and she just
cool 15 months.
Cool older, exactly. And her name was Olivia, and apparently she just sat with him and hugged him and played with him, and he started laughing, and he got like the zoomies and was crawling around like crazy. And I was like, oh my God, that's great, which actually helped a lot because Emily's been thinking, next year's the time to go back to work. And, but of course, after spending so much time with him, she's concerned about putting him in a daycare and all that stuff. But she was like, okay, but that showed me that like he will have fun with other kids and that is possible. So that I think helped a lot. So
that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I took no notes.
Kevin, I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't read it. I'm gonna talk about that. I thought about because it's just been a crazy weekend and everything, and also I just don't care, and I thought about texting you and being like, hey, do you want to put this off till tomorrow? And I was like, don't be selfish. We need to finish this.
We need to finish this.
We just need to be done with it.
I'm not going to even go over beat by beat what exactly happens because it's just, I don't care enough to really recap it.
No.
Can you move your mic like away from your face, just like an inch or something? There you go.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Here, buzzing a little bit. Buzzy.
I think I got the setup back to where it was, relatively speaking. So
it's fine. Well, we do what we have to do.
Exactly.
I'm almost just like, I'm just going to talk about Rude Tales of Magic instead.
Oh, that would be hilarious. That would be so damn fun. And we don't even like explain it. We don't even preamble it. We just end up talking about it, but we still label it Dead Space Catalyst Part 3.
Catalyst. Yeah. And I always do this. Afterwards, I'm like, all right, so where did they get the title from? And sometimes it's very obvious, like Rubicon Protocol is like named after the thing that happens in the book. And we're like, Dead Space Catalyst. And we're like, oh, okay. So Istvan, it's like Istvan is a catalyst for the marker, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can see that kind of.
Yeah.
It's not as obvious.
It's not as obvious. Martyr, I mean, I could see Martyr because the guy like becomes the unwilling martyr of the unitologists who are like, we're creating a religion, but the religion is just a guise to study the markers or something like that.
Right.
Because it's like there's true believers, like in this book, where there's the true believers that are like, it's real, it's all real. And then there's people who are like, no, you're being blinded by religion.
It's a means to an end. Yeah. Nothing at all like the world we live in today.
No, nothing at all.
There's no similarities whatsoever.
What's the next book?
I think I put in I think most of my books for next year. And I believe that I went ahead with the King's Quest, the next one.
Oh, that should be a nice, easy, light read. I mean, the other one, the first King's Quest wasn't didn't blow our socks off, but it was.
But it clipped along.
It clipped along and it had things happen,
So there is that at least. I got, so we're finishing Catalyst today, and then King's Quest Kingdom of Sorrow will get us into December, and then the last one of the year is Nier Automata, long story short.
Yeah.
And then I put in for New Year's, since it's New Year's Day, I thought maybe we could do like a rerun just to give ourselves a little stretching out time.
Sure.
And do like find a long episode or even splice together a couple of episodes and just say, hey, it's the holidays. Here's a rerun,
Yep. I am totally for that. Totally for that. Yeah. And Nier Automata, long story short, I remember having to research selecting the correct Nier book because it's fucking Nier, and you can never tell that you're picking the right one. I think long story short is the actual adaptation of Nier Automata.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm Nier Automata.
I always said automata, but I hear
it is automata.
Yeah.
It's just I'm so automata rolls off the tongue for me. So, but it is.
But I hear most people saying automata.
Yeah.
So
it's automata, like automation,
like automaton.
Automaton. Yeah.
Right. That's what I always. But everybody I listen to will say automata. So that's funny.
Automata. Long story short, recaps the events of the games. Okay. And So long story short is the recap of the game. Is the adaptation of the game. Short story long, which is the other one, is a collection of short stories put together.
Oh, that's cute. All right. That's well played. Especially with your localization, Yeah, not bad.
Not bad at all. You know what else is not bad?
What's that?
Hey.
Okay.
All right. Was it hot
Back
there?
in the saddle.
Was it hot there tonight?
What's that?
Is it hot there tonight?
I'm always hot anytime I wear my headphones for longer than 30 seconds, I start sweating like a beast. So I try to make sure I've got the fan across the room.
Your primary heat escape mechanism is through your ears.
That's exactly it. Yes. My ears just, I need them. I need them desperately or I'm very fucked. So yeah.
Yeah. What was I going to say? I was going to say something. I already forgot. Oh, I was in the bathroom when you texted, and I was just wrestling with a demon.
Sure.
But it was one of those things where you're like, oh, this is a fight. I am Ahab in this situation, and this is going to be my white whale.
Taking on the great brown whale.
Yeah, taking on the great brown whale. And this is why this part of the episode goes into the bonus, not into the main.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I finish and I turn around and it's like, oh, there's nothing. There's nothing.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that insane?
But it was fucking Ozymandias. There sat two two legs and behind them a sea of empty toilet bowl water.
Yeah, pretty much. That's it. Not even the legs, really. Think about it. Yeah, no, that's the nightmare. I absolutely, yeah, I can relate with that. Only every now and then will you run into one that you're like, yep, that looks like the struggle I just
That looks
finished
like
up.
that looks like the struggle I just finished
Yeah.
up with. And what's funny is it almost always happens after I take a nap. Like,
Oh, interesting.
daytime naps, I always want to do them. Always
Huh.
wake up feeling like shit, no matter what. Especially in the tummy. Like
I don't take naps very often.
I'll
myself.
have like a chill, and my stomach will feel upset, and I'm like, I don't know. It's like I'll have been exhausted, and I was like, yeah, sleep, and then I get up, and I'm like, oh.
That's so. Yeah, I don't nap because I'm the same way. Like very rarely do I wake up refreshed and feeling good.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work for me. But I've never experienced like the runs after a nap.
Yeah.
So that's different. That's interesting.
Gastro distress.
Yeah,
Stress.
gastrointestinal distress.
Gastrointestinal distress. Speaking of, how's Graham?
Oh, he's very good. He's very good. He just didn't sleep very well today, and so he had kind of a late nap, which kind of threw everything off. So we went into his bedroom and read him, from the Chronicles of Narnia, hoping that would bore him to sleep. And he was rolling all over the floor and must have banged his head on the floor like twice. And honestly, both times they were hilarious. So we're just like,
Yeah, okay.
one point his mom was laying down on her side and he just went to her legs and just kind of like I think he was trying to put his hands on her legs to balance himself, but instead he just went ass over tea kettle over her legs and then towards me. So Emily didn't get to see this, but I got to see him going like the cat, like the cat clock looking.
Yeah,
Like he was just
yeah.
shocked. He was like, he just didn't know what to say.
Amazing.
It was amazing. It was genuinely amazing. That kid fucking rules. It's so, but they're in there right now. Like I read to him and then it was like, okay, I gotta go. She's like, yeah, I know. We're probably just gonna hang out anyway.
Leap.
So yeah.
So
yeah.
she's just gonna chill with him until he goes
sleep.
to sleep.
Until he starts to show signs of needing to sleep. But yeah, so he's doing good. He's just been really cheerful lately. It's wonderful.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Love it when they're cheerful. Love it when they're happy.
Yeah. He's just generally in a good. It's like if he's in a bad mood and crying over something, it's like a genuine shock.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're like, oh, what's going on? I'm not, holding my breath that this lasts for a hell of a long time, but it's lovely while it's happening now. So
Nothing ever lasts.
no. No. I think I've started to pick up on that pretty quick.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
Yeah.
but he's been doing really good lately. I've been really
Good.
proud of him. He's
Good.
eating like a maniac. It's great.
What are you guys doing for Thanksgiving?
We are just hanging out. My brother and his family were going to come visit us, and last second they had to go someplace else. And so it's just going to be the three of us, which is going to be really fun because it's our first Thanksgiving as a family. So it'll be nice just to have, the three of us there.
Yeah.
But we did we got a duck, so we're going to have duck.
Oh,
Yeah. We've got a really cool little menu going, so I'm really
all
looking
I know
forward to
about
doing
duck
it.
recipes is the recipes that you would find in like Looney Tunes.
Mm-hmm.
Like between like Bugs and Daffy, where
Right.
it's like duck season versus rabbit season.
Duck
and like
secret rabbit season.
duck duck under glass or something like that, or
Oh yeah.
duck à l'orange.
I'm kind of making a duck à l'orange. But it's duck à la cranberry, whatever that is in French. But yeah, that's I love duck. I'm
Duck
sucker
duck
for
a la what are you on your period?
yeah, exactly. And then and before you begin, you smash the severed head of the duck with a nearby cocktail glass.
Yeah.
It's just ceremony. It's just part of tradition, you know.
It's just ceremony. And who
We
are
stand
we
on
to
ceremony.
argue with ceremony?
No.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
cranberries.
What about you guys? What are you doing for the holiday?
We're going over my mother-in-law's house, and she's doing all the cooking this year, which is fine.
Oh,
because
that is fine. Jesus.
I mean, I typically, I'd say 7 out of 10 times have been the one that did the cooking.
Nice.
And I just don't want to do it, you know.
I don't blame
this
you.
year.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Don't want to do it.
It's a lot. It's a lot. It's fun. The novelty is fun those first few years when you're an adult for the first time doing it on your own and all that shit. And,
Right.
And that goes away pretty quick. So yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you in the slightest.
You know what else I don't blame you for?
What's that? Ridiculous. I'm so proud of him.
He is tinkering. He's gonna be
It's
be doing all sorts of gnomish shit, you know?
Oh my god, it's absolutely amazing because it feels like every day he figures a new thing out, and you're just kind of like going, okay. And some days it's like the other day he learned how to blow a raspberry, so that's what he was doing all day long. And so that's cute, but whatever. And then he just randomly starts pushing himself up and standing. He can stand and balance kind of indefinitely. He can't take the step yet without falling.
Oh,
And he just one day he just does that, and you're like, oh well, Jesus Christ! Like
that's another step closer to walking.
Yeah.
Which is about right on schedule. He's
I mean, it's looking that way. It's looking like
he's hitting one at what
on the 12th.
On the 12th, he'll be a 1-year-old. Your child will officially hit a digit.
I know, it's crazy, and it's just like, you know, that thing that everyone says, they're like how it's the days are long but they go by fast. That whole thing. It's like, holy shit, that is the most accurate thing.
Yeah. No, totally.
So yeah, we are cooking with gas with this kid. He is
cooking with gas.
Boy, howdy, he is on track.
Camilla is, you know, she's halfway through her 11th year. She's gonna be 12 before you know it.
She's gonna be a teenager before you know it.
She's gonna be 13.
Ridiculous.
And then she's gonna be 30.
Yeah, and then I'll be dead.
And then
so.
I'm hoping I can make it to her 40s. That's
I'm not talking about you. We're talking about me. You'll be fine.
I'm aiming for her 40s. I think that's a good
40s would be good.
That's a good exit ramp.
I think 40s would be fine by me too. If I can make it to his 40s, geez, I'll be in my 80s at that point. So
yeah,
that would be unreal.
Yeah, because my parents are 74.
Okay.
73. They turned 73 this year.
My dad turned 72 this year.
Okay.
Yeah. And my mom turned 70. So yeah, right there. That's got to be a hell of a year. And you're like, okay, this is just around the corner. Let's
Yeah. 70s. That's
70s.
Once my parents hit 70s, I was like, oh.
I'll never forget the first time I came home and noticed that my dad had liver spots on his hands.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, it just took the wind out of my sails. Like
you're just like,
that's exactly the reactions. Oh, okay. All right. Shit.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is my dad is still, you shrink when you get older, but he's still just about my height.
Right.
So, cause I think he was always a little bit taller than me. So now, so he's still a big guy,
yeah,
large man. So
I've been taller than my dad since like high school, I want to say. 'Cause dad's like 5'9.5", 5'10", and I hit 6 foot my senior year, I want to say.
Yeah. So they're, mean, they're fine. It's just, the I think the thing that threw me was when my mom stopped dyeing her hair.
Oh, yeah. I can. My mom has not gotten to that point yet.
It was like all of a sudden she was just like, yeah, I gave up dyeing it, and it went from brown
to
to
silver,
solid gray, and I was like, oh. Meanwhile, my dad still has some holdouts in terms of like, he still has spots of brown. He's 73, still have spots of brown hair, and I'm like, that would be that would be wonderful if I did not get the balding gene,
right,
from my mom's side.
Right.
He's still got his hair, and I'm like,
I wonder about that with Graham every now and then, because Emily's side of the family does have a few bald men.
Get him used to the idea of shaving his head early.
Yeah.
Or not necessarily shaving his head, but like keeping it tight, keeping it high and tight.
Yeah, keep it nice and
high and tight. Like you're just get used to that feeling, because it's not like, Graham, I know you're going to want to go through the rebellious phase, grow your hair out long, and maybe you do that for like a year, but buddy, it's coming. It's
just count on it. And if it doesn't happen, well then hallelujah, go tell it on the mountain. But let's not assume that we're living in a world where that doesn't happen. That's just for his own sake.
Yeah. Did you see what I named the episode, by the way? Did you see up at the top of the screen?
Kangarang. What the fuck?
I don't know.
I love it. Kang's Quest.
Kang's Quest Part 2, Kangarang Orang-a-Kang, baby.
That sounds like a sketch, like a commercial we would have done for Classy Hands.
Yeah.
Would have been like, oh, welcome to you've tried King's Quest, now try Kang's Quest.
Welcome to Kang's Quest.
Kang's Quest.
We got pumpkin.
Goes right into pumpkin.
And we got that strawberry. We got them blueberries. Oh, them blueberries.
Oh,
you get those apples.
Lord,
get them all crisp. The way Tim Heidecker says crisp.
Crisp.
And it's like his whole head just goes into a bobble.
So good. It's so good. I found them like after everyone knew about them. I never
really saw them while they were on, and then
same.
And then my favorite thing is a bit that he did before he even recorded the sketch that he was in makeup for.
Right. I think I was kind of introduced to them. Oh, who did a video on it? Someone did a video on one of them doing a special where he's pretending to be a conservative, kind of washed out edgelord comedian that he did. And I was just like, oh, this is brilliant. Who is, Tim and okay. Got it. Like,
yep, there it is.
I had to be, I was like, this is who they've been talking about. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
This is the guy. I have a really short leash for sketch comedy.
Oh, sure.
So like, that's why it's like, kids in the hall, the whitest kids, like almost all of them, like, I don't know why I just have this really short leash where it's like I would watch something, wasn't a fan of something, and be like, nope,
just move on.
I pulled it right back. And I don't know why. I've always had that short leash, and I'll go back and I'll watch things that are really that people talk about, like, oh, it's really good, but most of the time, I've seen enough Key and Peele. I feel like Dave Chappelle, rest in peace, his
career.
Well, his career seems to be going fine, but his talent seems to have left his body.
Yes, he's just an angry old man at this point.
But yeah, Chappelle at the prime of his powers was like every goddamn thing he did was hilarious. You know what I mean?
I remember watching the Chappelle Show in college, and a couple of those sketches, I remember thinking, "Oh, this is a big deal. This is something that's going to be like the Black Blind Klansman, obviously, and
right."
there were things that he did that I was just like, oh, we're going to be talking about this for a very long time. It's just in the water. You can just tell, what's happening. Speaking of which, have you seen Anthony Jeselnik's new special?
I haven't. No.
Emily watched. I caught like the second half of it. It's kind of brilliant.
Really?
Because
Jeselnik was a guy I did not like when he was.
Well, and I think that was the thing. It was like by design. You know, he was doing a thing. And the thing about Jeselnik that I always respected is that if people were upset about it, he'd kind of shrug and go, okay. You know, he wouldn't make a big deal out of it. He'd be like, yeah, sure, you're entitled to that.
Yeah.
You know, he has this video going around. He was interviewed on a podcast and he's talking about the reason he says, like, fuck you to all these comedians complaining about cancel culture and everything. He says, being a comedian is saying something and getting away with it.
Yeah.
If you get in trouble, you didn't get away with it. Therefore, it's not a good joke.
Right.
And it's like, holy shit, but the special is really good. It's the first time I can remember that he stops doing just those kind of dark one-liners that he does, or the 1-2 punch jokes he does. He actually tells some stories about working with Norm Macdonald, and
that's good. You know,
it's
and
really interesting.
I think Jeselnik came out around the same time as, like, there was an era where I was kind of out on a lot of the dudes that were coming out in stand-up comedy, like Daniel Tosh.
That kind of like pretty boy smug bullshit.
Pretty boy smug, aggressive, like Tosh saying to a woman in his audience, "I hope you get raped." That kind of. And there's so many think pieces about how Daniel Tosh was right and okay to say that, and I'm like, no, he was never.
No,
it was never okay.
No.
It was never okay.
It's what I've always said. It's just like it's like if you want to be that kind of comedian, you can't really get angry at the people who respond to it, because it's like, if they don't do that, you're not an edgy comedian.
And here's the thing, is they're all trying to be like and I'll definitely check out the Jeselnik thing. I feel like a lot of those guys were there were a new wave of the crowd work comedian but it's wild. You could watch a clip of Don Rickles in his fucking 80s.
Oh, God, Don Rickles.
30 seconds tearing someone down to their core. And everybody's laughing. Like, the person being insulted, everybody. Like, Rickles had a way of just of delivering the lines that was just boom, perfect. Whereas a lot of the guys that, who's the guy who's really popular now with the crowd work, but he's a piece of shit. Jeselnik talked about this guy in an interview.
He basically killed his career. He is not doing so well because he made his whole thing was that women like fell in love with him, and so he had this huge female fan base, and so he decided he didn't want.
He did a lot of misogynistic stuff,
to specifically shake them off, and now no one gives a shit.
Right.
So he really fucked himself. But yeah, that guy is just awful. It's awful. The crowd work thing, when it's like a lot of things. When crowd work comedy is good, it is brilliant. It's lovely and a joy to watch. And when it's bad, I would rather die. I'd rather be
into a hole. Yeah.
Yes, I'd rather be soaking up the lava at the bottom of a volcano than be here right now. It's so bad when it's bad. Yeah. That one big Greek guy is real popular too, and he's pretty good. He's got a good.
Stavros, right?
Yes, I like him. I think he's
good. He was actually, I was watching a clip of him on what's his fuck show. You know, the really dumb comedian.
Narrow it down.
Who is not Joe Rogan, and he's young.
I think I see him. I'm seeing him in my head.
His
kind of a rednecky dude.
Face is really dumb.
Yeah. I bet you money if you could show me, if I saw a picture of him, we'd be talking about the same person. I bet you anything. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Theo Von. Look up Theo Von. You'll know.
That's the guy. That's who I was thinking of. I was thinking mullet, that whole thing. Yep.
Just looks like so. Stavros was on Theo Von's podcast, and Theo Von is like kind of right wing in that he's not. He's right wing because he's too dumb to know better.
He's right wing out of inaction, basically.
He's right wing out of like just kind of takes things at face value that people who are friends of his say to him. So
doesn't note he's an incurious human being,
right? So he had Stavros is on the show, and Stavros did an amazing job of like he never attacked Theo Von, but he was able to redirect like the dumb or racist things that Theo Von said into like, well, you know, if we take that to its logical conclusion, then and because Theo Von said something about like, oh, you know, we're, you know, that we should have kept Roe v. Wade because all the rapists were letting in from Mexico or something like that.
Dear God.
And Stavros said, listen, he says something like, listen, I don't think we really need to rely on rapists from Mexico, as we have plenty of rapists in the United States that are committing these crimes. Theo,
as it turns out,
it was a good bit. I saw them. Emma Vigeland was showing it on Majority Report, talking about, you know, she loves Stavros because of the way he's able to effectively dismantle a lot of right-wing talking points.
Well, he might be one of my favorite comedians out there right now, simply because you know the people you were talking about, that old, I don't know if it's old school, but you know, the Tosh era of crowd work comedians and all that shit. There's a dickishness when you're one of those guys, and the way that Jeselnik. Well, I mean, Jeselnik got away with it by being insanely clever. He actually is an incredible joke writer.
Right.
You might not like the jokes, but they are well crafted jokes. Tosh got away with it because he's kind of smarmy and good looking, and you know, and sometimes he was funny. He had a good joke. Stavros is this unattractive, big, shaped like a barrel dude, and he has that dickishness.
He is the number 8.
Yes. Yeah. 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 But it's just he can be kind of insulting, but it's like he assures you. It's like there's a wink and a nod where it's just like we're just having fun.
We're all having fun here.
We're having fun here.
That's the point. Yeah. Whereas like I think part of the problem with a guy like Tosh or that other fucker who threw his career away is that the idea is when they do the insults, it's clear that they're doing it from a place of thinking that they are better than you.
Yes. There's a level of privilege
Stavros and Don Rickles clearly was not like, they're not saying that they're better than you. They're just like very good at,
You want to be around them. You enjoy their company. It's like you and your brother like ribbing each other and fucking around. Like it's a similar kind of vibe. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what else is a similar kind of vibe?
What's that? You get a copy of. It's called Survival of the Richest.
Okay.
It is this guy. He's a journalist, and it's nonfiction, but he specializes in tech and especially from a Marxist perspective and stuff like that. And the book is about basically the bunkers that billionaire tech nerds are making. And like he gets called in to speak to a bunch of them who are like asking his advice on like, so how do we keep our security force interested when money is no longer a thing? And he was he's like, I'd be really nice to him right now if that's what you want. And they're like, no, but really, it's oh my God, it's so good, and it's so like. It's so typical. You're like, yep, this all tracks.
This tracks.
It's. I've only read like 50 pages of it right now, but it's so good.
I'll take a gander at it. I'm burning my way through the Zoe Ash books right now.
Which was the Zoe ad?
That is
yeah.
Jason Pargan's series.
Yeah.
His series that isn't John dies at the end.
Right. It's like what is it? I have become. That's such a good title. The most recent one.
The most recent book he wrote is something like I've become nervous about this
Black Box of Doom or something.
This Black Box of Doom. Yeah. I'm currently reading Zoe Punches the Future in the Dick.
Nice. He's good at titles. What can I say?
It's a fun story. And apparently he announced a couple months ago that the Zoe Ash books are getting turned into a television series.
Oh, nice.
Which is pretty cool. It's like, I think they're kind of neat because the setting of them it's like near future, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, think of Cyberpunk 2077, but it's just at the advent of people getting like implants that make them do like superhuman things, right? It's like, it's right when that's literally the story is the first instances of that. The first book is. So basically Zoe is this as a character. She's this wisecracking girl who is from the trailer park, who basically her life gets turned upside down when she is attacked by a hitman who has metallic jaws, and he's attacking her because he is trying to get the bounty that's been put on her head because she is the living heir to the Arthur Livingston fortune. And Arthur Livingston is this crime boss mob figure who founded a city in Utah called Tabula Rasa, which is like this every libertarian's like wet dream,
right?
Of it's Shadowrun corporations run everything type of city. That there's no police and just security, private security forces and stuff like that. So she's this girl from Colorado who she inherits all of it, and now she's like enmeshed in this crime. This world of futuristic the first book is Futuristic Violence in Fancy Suits. That's the name of the title.
I might have to take a look at that. That sounds definitely worth my while.
Yeah, it was fun. The first book was fun. And now I'm on to the second one.
Nice.
So yeah.
Yeah. I'm listening. I'm still listening to the audiobook of Playing Nice. The Schreier Blizzard book.
Yeah.
And it's and that's the thing. It's a Schreier book where it's just like, this is incredibly informative, and sometimes you're just like, I don't know if I care. He's such a good writer, and you're just like, okay, all right. It's just but it's exhausting, you just because there's so much stuff that I know how it's going to go, and I'm already mad, So,
right. Yeah.
I forgot that was what I was signing up for.
When you got it.
Yeah. I have no one to blame but myself. He did a great job.
What of the dates that Michael sent works for you?
Look.
So he gave 4 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Wednesday of next week. And,
Friday's going to be the one that would work the best for me.
Sure.
Because I'm working from home on that day. So any of those times on Friday would theoretically work.
Okay. I think I could pull those. And also, those times for us are 6, 6:30, 7, or 7:30.
Right. I do know that night that's a good point. Shit. That
Just add 3 hours.
Yeah, we're celebrating Graham's birthday on Friday night.
Oh, the baby!
Yeah. I know. He's going to be a year old. It's insane. But then again, so I don't have anything going on the 14th or the 15th.
Sure.
I think the 15th would be my best day. I do think the in-laws are leaving on Saturday. So
Mhm.
so my Saturday should be open as well.
Okay.
Those 2 days are probably going to be the best for me now that I say it out loud.
Saturday and Sunday.
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay. So we got
What about you?
3. I can make any of them work. I think 4, 4:30, 5, or 5:30 on Saturday. Like a 5:30 to 6. Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will reply. Why is it not default to reply all? Come on.
Too many embarrassing moments for different people, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Hi, Michael, Phil, and I just chatted, and Friday is no bueno as Phil is celebrating the 1 year's oldification of his sweet baby boy, Bram.
King Bram.
So to that ends Saturday 2:30 to 3 p.m. Psst. Would be pretty perfect for us, or like any other time slot.
Yeah.
That day.
Yeah.
Or the following day. Just let us know which works out, and we will be there with, what's your favorite Balatro card?
Oh, actually, I think it might be the Bull right now.
Mm.
I'm having a lot of fun doing runs where I'm trying to build up as much money as possible.
I don't have a pun for that.
Yeah.
With Jimbo in hand.
There you go. They're selling
Thank
a
you.
plushie of that, and I feel like I ought to get it.
Yeah. Okay. So this is going to Michael, you, Chris, and Matthew. Okay.
Right.
Send. Boom. Chris
Those guys are so
Antista.
cool. Antista.
Yeah. No, it'll be good. It'll be good to get on there again and
Yeah. That's a great show.
and chat them up. Ooh. Yeah. Can't believe the Target killer, or not the Target, the guy, the CEO killer was found.
Yeah. Betrayed by McDonald's. Who saw that coming?
Betrayed by McDonald's.
Never get in my business again, I'll tell you.
I
Was
tell
it-
you.
I saw someone online. They were like, the famed Marxist assassin foiled by his love for a capitalist fast food chain or something like that. That's good.
His love of nuggies from a capitalist fast food chain. And meanwhile, the CEO of McDonald's is like, guess what? We're bringing back snack wraps. And
Right.
everybody's like, oh, okay. I don't
Well,
care.
here's the thing. He was caught. The only thing that makes sense to me about that is that he was there around the same time that the McRib has returned. So if that's what he was there for, I understand.
Sure.
I get it. That's the only thing that I actually get an active
Do you
craving
think
for.
they have to have done the calculations on, like, what if we just added the McRib to the menu permanently?
Yeah. There's no way that they haven't. They have just too much money and too many resources in general to not have
to know that they need to only keep the McRib running for like 2 months out of the year, you know,
and they get their and they get like the most money out of it somehow. They've got like statisticians on it. I have absolute no doubt in my mind that some Ivy League motherfucker gave them a formula and showed them like, this is what happens if you have it year round, and this is what happens if you do it.
It's a Wharton Business School guy
Yes,
is doing it. Guess where Wharton is? It's at University of Pennsylvania. Guess where Luigi went? He went to Penn.
Adios. I don't know why I went in Spanish there.
Why you went to Spanish?
Yeah,
You got
it's weird.
marron there.
Luigi.
Yeah, Luigi went and he should have gone home to his mother's for some gabagool instead of to the McRib to get to the McRib.
You wacky so-and-so, you Marxist
This-
maniac. I
Yeah,
don't know if he's a Marxist.
decision making was mushada.
Oh man, this is gonna be an interesting year, 2025.
2025. We got Trump back. We got violence towards executives. We'll
I
see
know.
what happens.
I think we're gonna be playing Shadowrun, the home game,
We're playing Shadow.
which is, to be fair, just Shadowrun. I don't know why.
Mom, can we get Shadowrun? We have Shadowrun at home.
Shadowrun at home.
And just gestures to the United States.
God
You know
damn
who
it,
else has
Kevin.
Shadowrun at home?
Who's that?
Not a
Not a
goddamn
thing.
There's a pile of, yeah, see, they're all over. Oh, this is what it is. They're all over this thing. This Izzy sparkling mango drink.
Oh no!
Well, yeah, that's
They
why
love that mango.
they love that mango. We're just going to turn you upside down and put you into there. And
Fucking winter sale.
yes,
Oh,
I bought a couple things.
Yeah.
Well,
good?
one thing I bought for hot cider for the Ransan thing.
Oh
on the server. Oh, there's a kitty. There's a kitty on the winter sale.
Oh, okay. I thought I was like, where? What the fuck?
Where's the
They're getting
kitty?
They're getting really good at sneaking up on me, Kevin.
It's like on your head.
Mm-hmm. That wouldn't surprise me. If I'm being
Yeah.
completely honest.
I see it. You got TCG Card Shop Simulator. It was not my cup of busy work.
No.
You know, I like the occasional. I like the occasional busy work game.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
TCG Card Simulator. I don't know. Something about it didn't strike me as the. It was like it's one too many things I got to do. You know what I
Sure.
mean? It's like when they hit a certain number of mechanics. Like you'd be like, oh, set up the table, set up the thing, price the cards, but like, okay, just give me a water gun.
Right. See, I'm pretty lazy when it comes to the simulator thing. So a lot of these, I look at them and I'm like, this could be a lot of fun, but I know I'm not going to enjoy it because I don't want to I don't want it to be first person necessarily, where I go out and I like ride the tractor and like have to steer it. And so I like the click here, click here, click here. Just the dopamine machines kind of shit. I like that.
Planet
I'm
Coaster.
lazy
Why
like
is
that.
Planet Coaster mixed? Not recommended. Solid amount of greed on display. You got to purchase DLC. Okay, microtransactions is why it gets better reviews.
There you go.
I was just thinking about simulations. It was like Planet Coaster. That seems like something that,
Oh yeah,
that
wasn't that. I feel like that did really well initially, didn't it?
Yeah. The first one did, and then the second
Yeah.
one came out this year.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Thing Remastered came out.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna have to pick that up. $30, and it's got very good reviews.
Yeah. I haven't gotten to play it yet, but I feel like I need to play it when I can like listen to it.
Yeah.
Because it's not a sitting in bed game.
No. They actually have some pretty good story shit in here. It's apparently they didn't just give it a new coat of paint. They actually put in a lot of what do you call it?
quality of life improvements.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. Quality of life improvements, and
Yeah.
which I mean, for a game that came out on Xbox, the original Xbox, that's a very, very good thing.
Was it Xbox exclusive or when
No,
first
it
came
was on
out?
PS2 as well.
Got
I
it.
just had it on the original Xbox.
Got it.
Yeah,
You can-
2002. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Oh, you know what came out today is
Hmm.
Taiwan Love Story 5.
Oh, well. Let me put it that way. What the fuck is that?
Very positive, 122 reviews. It's a romantic interactive novel, and all of the
Oh.
characters are,
Naked.
they're
Like really, really nude.
they're DTM down to manga.
Which means pretty much what you'd expect
Needs what you expect.
if you're reading the same manga I'm reading. Which I
Hey.
think you might be.
What manga are you reading?
I'm actually not reading it at all.
I was like, the only
Bit of a-
manga I've ever seen you read is Junji Ito, and that's
Yeah.
That's
And, but
about
if I did read it, it would be the horny stuff. I know that enough. I know that enough about myself to know that if I was reading manga on the regular, it'd be the horny stuff.
Oh God, yeah.
Well, me and Emily are going to Savannah for Christmas.
Yeah.
Graham's just going to stay here. But
Oh yeah. That makes sense.
We're going to head down on Christmas.
So Santa will take care of him.
Oh yeah, exactly. We figure he'll throw the kid a few sandwiches on top of everything else. He's been a good boy. But we're heading down on Christmas Eve, so I was thinking maybe the Game of the Year episode we could do sometime this weekend if you have the time. It might make the most sense to do that. I don't know.
What time? When are you getting back from Savannah?
Sunday.
Next Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. We can wait till then.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, because the Game of the Year episode, I'm doing the rerun this on Christmas.
Oh, okay. Even better. Okay, great.
Because
I had
it's
it in my head
Christmas.
yeah. Well, yeah, that makes sense. It's because it's Christmas.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
It's Christmas time. I think I looked at that date so many times. Yeah, 25th.
Mhm.
Yeah, I originally right now it says Game of the Year episode, but I should switch that. We should switch
Okay,
that to.
that's why I assumed. Okay.
Yeah. Why would we put new fresh content out on Christmas Day? That makes zero sense.
That's not really gonna work for me.
Yeah, no, we'll record this and then we'll throw it out there, and
then we'll do the Game of the Year list.
and then Game of the Year when you get back.
Great.
Yeah,
No sweat.
no sweat at all.
None. Null perspiration.
Let's see what I'm looking at games that are on my wish list.
Yeah, same.
Monomyth. I had that on my way. Oh, it's early access.
I would love to. I feel like Lorelei and the Laser Eyes. I'm not going to be able to get to until next year.
Lorelei, laser eyes, watching your every move. Yeah,
That's going to be in your top 10, right? Like I remember you had nothing but nice.
yeah.
things to say about that.
It'll be in my top 10. I didn't like beat the final puzzle, but it's in my top 10. And also, I don't think I can go back to it now. It's like I have lost too much information that would be contextual. The context needed to solve the final puzzle is all gone.
That's kind of how I feel about Cryptmaster. Actually,
Yeah.
I can't go back. I forgot how to play pretty much.
Yeah. Cryptmaster that's a typing one, right?
Yeah, and you've got to learn all these different words and type them for different things, and you build a rhythm up, and it's not impossible. It would be way better for me to have done that recently, and
right.
ain't there.
Yeah, I think the episode for What's It comes out tomorrow. The Game of the Year episode for
Video Game Apocalypse.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
God, I love that fucking show. I think, the fact of the matter is being on that show in and of itself is going to get us some attention, but being on that show for their Balatro segment
Yeah,
Dude, that's going to be the part that everyone's friggin' listening to. So that's exciting. That's
It
very,
is
very
exciting.
cool.
yeah, yeah. Did
That'll-
you look at your Steam replay, by the way?
I haven't. I didn't know that was out. Hold on. Steam replay. Oh, year in review. There it is.
Steam replay.
Steam replay. All right, what do we got? Give me the bad news here. All right. 44 games played, 18 games fewer than last year. Makes perfect sense.
Sure. You had a child.
Had a child. That's wild. 324 achievements unlocked. 328 fewer than last year. Now this is surprising. Not surprising, but it doesn't sound like me. 64% of the games played with keyboard and mouse. And I'm pretty sure Balatro has everything to do with that.
Yes, that's true.
And my top 3 playtime games, Balatro took up nearly 40% of my time.
Wow.
Followed by UFO 50 and
Wow.
Civilization 6.
Civ 6, there it is.
Civ 6.
There
Civ
it is,
6.
right there.
It's always there. It's always there. I think
Civs-
it's because for you to play through a full game of Civ, I mean that's gonna be more hours than most games.
And you know who worked on Civ 6? Luigi Mangione.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah.
What? Oh, that's right. He was an intern for Firaxis, wasn't he?
QA, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Oh, Luigi. Man.
The name Luigi's going to make a comeback. Here's the thing. I grew up with several Marios, but nary a Luigi to be found, you know?
Yeah. I think that's going to be, I think you're right. I think we're going to see a big old upswing in that one.
Mario is like not that uncommon of an Italian or an Italian American name, you know?
Oh yeah. That's not too unusual. Like that's absolutely.
But Luigi is a little bit out of the norm, you know?
Yeah. That's just a little.
Just a little, like a pizza.
Funny.
You might stumble into a Luigi's. It's like a pizza place or
right or
a water ice
laundromat
place
or something. Yeah. Luigi's Laundry.
Luigi's Laundry. You know what else is laundry?
What's that?